please get seated again. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. I mean, this is an exciting morning. We had an afternoon, early afternoon, until 3 o'clock now. And hopefully we have 2 more panels in the later afternoon. And as everyone is getting seated, we will start with introducing the next panel. The next panel is called Governance, and I think it will be the most obvious panel where the slums are looked at as an asset. They will be looked at as a real estate asset that's actually, in many cases, also under the forces of transformation, and to look at what is at stake in these transformations. We will be looking at, through 3 different cities, again, how the forces of real estate development and the law spur change, and who protects the public good within the shifting social and political frameworks. Our first speaker will be Yaşar Adanalı from Istanbul. He has a degree on social and political sciences from Sabancı University and a master's degree from Development Planning Unit in University College London, with a specific focus on poverty reduction and social inclusion policies and practices at the urban level. He works as an urbanist, a researcher, and a lecturer. His research and writing focuses on social reproduction of space, spatial justice, and relations of urban transformation and democratization processes. At the moment, Yaşar teaches at participatory planning courses at TU Darmstadt and Stuttgart University. He is a voluntary member of One Hope Association, and he keeps 2 widely followed blogs. Yaşar, it's a pleasure to welcome you.
Thank you, Selva. Hello, everyone. How does this work? Well, for the last 10 years, I have been working with various Gecekondu communities in Istanbul, both as a researcher and as an urbanist, as an urban activist. Gecekondu is the Turkish term that literally means built overnight, and it signifies this universal phenomena that we are discussing today, with all its particularities, of course. Since 2009, I'm part of an Istanbul-based solidarity organization called One Hope Association, providing direct organizational, legal, planning, and design support to Gecekondu neighborhoods. In the last decade, we have been experiencing an interesting twist in the meaning of urban informality, the way in which Gecekondu communities are getting organized and engaged with the urban transformation processes. My presentation will be based on my direct field experience, both as a researcher and as an activist directly working at the Gecekondu areas. Orhan Gencebay, the guy on the picture, is a heroic singer and one of the founders of the arabesque genre music, very popular in the Gecekondu neighborhood. He's known as Orhan Baba among the Gecekondu dwellers. Baba means father, because of his strong character and his emphasis on social justice and peace. He has had a special place among the urban poor of the Gecekondus. In his famous 1978 movie, My Troubles Are Larger Than the World, he fights against a mean developer who wants to demolish an informal neighborhood on the left. At the climax of the movie, Orhan Baba sits firmly in front of the bulldozers that are ready to demolish the neighborhood. And seeing his audacity, the rest of the community joins him. The solidarity among the people and the act of resistance forces bulldozers to retreat. This was a movie made 3 decades after the formation of the first Gecekondus in Istanbul. In 2012, after another 3 decades, Orhan Baba was acting in a high-rise gated community commercial. This time he was saying everyone deserves to live in such a luxurious way, without mentioning neither the potential impact of such developments on the neighborhood that he was defending at first, nor the contemporary struggles of the informal neighborhoods. Transformation of Orhan Baba from being the champion of Gecekondus into champion of their gentrification tells a lot about the changing meaning of and perspective on informality. His metamorphoses reflect the contemporary popular and official view of informality, as well as how neoliberal urbanism has been internalized by the broader society. Istanbul today is a mega city with 15 million people, stretching over 39 districts, with each having their own elected mayors, one super mayor in charge of the whole metropolitan area, and plus various other central government institutions and actors involved in the planning and governance of the city, including the president himself. However, the end of the Second World War, this was a shrinking ex-imperial capital with less than 1 million people living on a fraction of the urbanized land the city had reached up today. Most of the demographic and urban footprint expansion has been rapid, organic, incremental, and informal, with rural to urban migration starting from 1950s onwards. These migrants not only built their homes as they arrived to Istanbul, but also their neighborhood, their city, the informal and the formal. It is difficult to estimate the exact proportion of informally developed areas in Istanbul, but various studies suggest it is around 50 to 70% of the city, with different degrees of formalization and improvement, of course. So the city itself is informally developed. Today, with various degrees of formalization and structural qualities, as well as complex land ownership structure and high level of access to urban services, Gecekondu neighborhoods are very much integrated to the urban fabric of Istanbul. Such processes has often been overlooked in official discourses of Gecekondu. For instance, the definition provided by the Progressive Gecekondu Act of 1966 states, buildings constructed independent of building and urban codes and on someone else's land without prior consent of its proprietor and public authorities. This narrow definition does not capture holistically the various meanings and interpretations of Gecekondu, nor its complex legal status and varying degrees of security of tenure. Moreover, the expansion of the so-called formal city during this period was never really formal either. The urban plans had often followed urban development. The building and urban codes had been stretched via informal political connections. And the formal neighborhoods also had to deal with the problems of infrastructure and access to public services. And last but not least, verticalization on top of the small building plots paved the way for quite a continuous urban form, mingling the formal and informal areas. This sort of blending makes the clear divide impractical between informal and formal, both analytically and in terms of urban governance. The articulation also suggests that considering informal as illegal, illegitimate, abnormal is pointless. Even though labeling urban informality as abnormal was present from the beginning and still invoked today, Gecekondu never really became a phenomenon fully associated with urban abnormality. Both public imagination as well as public policies had acknowledged the fact that it's a dynamic experience carrying threats and potentials and is an integral part of the urban reality. In the last decade, in parallel to the rise of neoliberal governmentality and centrality of demolition, redevelopment type of spatial interventions for the city's economy, Gecekondu have re-emerged as a state of exception, waiting to be dealt with extraordinary measures. In close partnership, public authorities and real estate developers had invoked the criminalization of poverty to pave the way to top-down intervention to these areas. Now the main policy focus has shifted away from formalizing, consolidating Gecekondu to Gecekondu as the causes of all evils in the cities. Once it was described as a creative miracle, the solution to housing problem, sources of development by politicians, now it is labeled as the mother of all evil. It is the reflection of unplanned urbanism, epitomizes inadequate infrastructure, lacks aesthetic values and causes degeneration. The Gecekondu dweller, or the urban working class in general, is blamed for her lower income and stigmatized as a free rider, speculator, and a potential criminal. Our greatest idol is to annihilate the Gecekondu order, which wraps our cities like a tumor says ex-prime minister, today's president. Tumor is politicians' favorite signifier for Gecekondu areas. It gives the impression that the only means to deal with this malign urban peace is to extirpate it with urban transformation projects. The ex-minister of urbanism states that after terrorism and external debt, Gecekondu is the biggest problem in the nation. He claims that it is known that the underlying causes of health problems, lack of education, psychological problems, dissidence with the state, and terrorism is Gecekondu areas and unplanned zones. Hence, when the equation Gecekondu equals terrorism is established, the only appropriate way to deal with Gecekondu is to annihilate it. The criminalization of poverty not only suggests but also conditions the only policy option, demolition and redevelopment, legitimizes lack of participation in the locals by creating a state of exception, terror zone, and manufacture consent among the public. Hence, demolition becomes a festive event, something presented on billboards by local mayors. Here, a mayor showing his urban renewal project, like a magician, states, once the neighborhood existed, now it's vanished. Moreover, Istanbul having already experienced several devastating earthquakes and waiting for the next big one, the fear of disaster in the city have been selectively utilized against the Gecekondu areas. A new earthquake law ratified in 2012 allows individual buildings and whole neighborhoods to be declared as risk areas. So far, this legal tool was applied mainly to those neighborhoods with high return to investment, not necessarily to those who really pose an earthquake risk. For the transformation economy, the land is the main financial capital. It is the raw material of Turkey's construction-based economy, and the access to it is crucial. Since the land in Istanbul becoming extremely rare, informal and formal neighborhoods had re-emerged on the map as untapped capital, together with the ecological reserve areas. Neighborhoods have been targeted by the stick, the threat of eviction and demolition, or indulged by the carrot, sharing the profit, being part of Orhan Baba's dream. And here, despite arguing the distinction between formal and informal is misleading, two issues seem to be crucial to understand. First, varying degrees of formalization and ambiguous legal framework of urban transformation work in favor of the more powerful actors. Hence, Gecekondu gets more of the stick and less of the carrot in this process compared to fully formalized areas. And second, on the other hand, Gecekondu being all about social collective production of space, from access to land to construction of housing, from bringing services to defending homes against demolitions and legalizing attempts, paves the way for a new neighborhood politics to emerge. Hence, based on this pretext, in 2009, we had prepared a map showing the different degrees of forced eviction threat on the neighborhoods in Istanbul. Clearly, the threat was higher on the Gecekondu areas. Until this day, fortunately, not all the dots could have been demolished and redeveloped as initially planned. To understand why, we need to look at another map, the emerging map of neighborhood alliance of areas under the threat of urban renewal. For the moment, around 40 neighborhoods-based organizations from 11 districts of 39 districts of Istanbul have been trying to form a citywide alliance with facilitation of civil society organizations, and their network has been ever expanded in the last 10 years. For the neighborhood politics in the making, three levels of organization seems to be important. First, deepening intra-neighborhood mobilization. Second, enhancing inter-neighborhood cooperation. And third, building a citywide alliance. Deepening intra-neighborhood mobilization is the first step of formation of neighborhood politics. Gecekondu neighborhoods in Istanbul are socially, ethnically, culturally, and politically diverse places as elsewhere. People are divided according to their kinship, hometown origins, religious sects, party politics, education, social class, and different degrees of security of tenure they possess. And these differences are often capitalized on by the state and corporate partnership willing to transform the neighborhoods. It's extremely important to come up with an inclusive organizational strategy at the local level via strengthening solidarity among community members, enhancing representativeness of local institutions, voicing the multitude, going beyond the party politics and highlighting common interests and threats. In a way, it is necessary to redefine politics from within the community and from below. By pursuing an issue-based, place-centered struggle, in this struggle, demands for formalization of the informal and the improvement of the neighborhood goes hand in hand. To do so, various strategies are designated. Empowering local institutions are crucial. Neighborhood associations are the key actors in this process. Historically, these organizations exist in most Gecekondu neighborhoods. However, they tend to represent the interest of limited number of community members and the more privileged ones. As they get more inclusive and democratic, the associations are becoming real local institutions that can organize the resistance on the ground, open court cases against the plans and projects that threaten their neighborhoods, and demand formalization of their houses and come up with improvement strategies. The man on the photo is Rıza, a neighborhood association leader living in that building with his family. He runs the shop at the ground floor. All the extended family members use the rooftop as common space. Following the association's numerous legal victories against the private developer willing to demolish their neighborhood, now he starts improving his building and being an example to the rest of the community, saying that we can all improve. We don't have to wait for the final formalization. Yet, due to the complex land ownership status and the fact that individual land titles do not provide full security of tenure in the wild urban transformation environment, neighborhoods need to create new local institutions as well. Neighborhood cooperatives are formed to demand the collective transfer of land on which Gecekondus had developed. They can act as community land trust and overcome various legal loopholes otherwise the individual developer would easily fall into. They can develop their own improvement projects as well. Finally, at local level, appropriating existing local institutions are crucial. For instance, muhtar, headman, is the lowest level of elected official within Turkish representative democracy. With limited responsibility, capacity, and enforcing power, as an institution, muhtar has never fully been appreciated. However, the very fact that the people living in a particular neighborhood elect a representative for the community carries the risk and potential. A muhtar can act as a power broker sided with the government or a corporation and hence legitimize the top-down projects and convince the locals, like the one on the left, or he or she can also be a spokesperson for the neighborhood struggle and work in line with the neighborhood association and cooperative, like Aydemir on the right. Considering the scale of urban transformation in Istanbul, particular struggles of individual neighborhoods are not sufficient for keeping the process of formalization and improvement open. It is necessary to enhance inter-neighborhood cooperation. Such cooperation has been developing in one of the districts of Istanbul for the last 10 years. In Sarıyer, 10 neighborhoods have been struggling together with their associations, cooperatives, and muhtars. They started a collective campaign for transfer of the land on which they squatted. In 2011, their message was, "We live here," to emphasize that informal does not mean invisible. 2012, the message was, "We have the solution," explaining the principles for the process of formalization. 2013, the message was, "Here is the solution," giving specific details on their demands. For the last local election in 2014, I'm finishing up, the neighborhoods worked together. They initiated a local election campaign. They organized a gala dinner at a wedding hall, collected $20,000. With this money, they started to publish a local newspaper called Voices of the Neighborhood. They have distributed 10,000 copies of each issue within the district. The newspaper helped, in particular, to raise the voice of informal neighborhoods. As part of their election campaign, they prepared an election contract, including their demands from the mayoral candidates, and asked them to sign if they want votes from the neighborhoods. Hence, they become part of the local election, not as only electorate, but as a united actor with higher level of agency. Following the election, each neighborhood prepared a need analysis report, including specific details for formalization, as well as the issues related to improvement of built environment and social development. Election contracts signed by the elected mayor enforced him to take these reports seriously, and he started applying the reports that was prepared by the people. So these experiences of intra-neighborhood mobilization and inter-neighborhood cooperation have been culminating into a citywide alliance of neighborhoods under the threat of urban transformation. The Neighborhood Union of Istanbul was formed in 2014. The union defines a common cause for its members and carries out effective lobbying. Thus, voices of neighborhoods can be scaled up at national level. They can now even aim to change the legal framework. First, inter-neighborhood cooperation consists of associations, cooperative and muhtar, coming from 11 districts, form a steering committee of 50 representatives. The committee has gathered regularly and planned a roadmap. Steering committee made a public call in their respective neighborhoods, bringing together 500 people to form a council of neighborhoods. And again, they meet in a wedding hall. The union drafted a law which would keep the path for formalization open. They sent a smaller group to parliament, to Ankara, by first organizing a demonstration where 5,000 people gathered. The law was drafted because they managed to lobby all the party leaders, including the prime minister himself, and now the law will affect more than 5 million people in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaşar, for this on-ground report on what's happening in Istanbul. We will continue with Guilherme Castro-Bolos, and he has a graduate degree in philosophy from University of Sao Paulo, and is specialized in psychoanalysis. His research in psychiatry focuses on the relations between depression and collective organization. He works as a writer, a lecturer, and he is the national coordinator of Brazil's homeless workers movement and of the Urban Resistance Front. The homeless workers movement is a key actor in urban social struggles in Brazil, playing a prominent role against evictions due to the World Cup 2014 and Olympic Games 2016. We welcome you, Guilherme.
Boa tarde. Agradeço primeiramente aqui ao convite e a oportunidade de estar com vocês hoje.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity, for the invitation, and for the opportunity to be here tonight, this afternoon.
Eu vou falar aqui um pouco sobre as ocupações irregulares no Brasil e o porquê essas ocupações não são apenas um problema do passado, mas também do presente.
I am going to talk a little bit about the irregular occupations in Brazil and how they are not just a problem of the past, but a problem of the present.
O problema da moradia no país, no Brasil, é um dos problemas urbanos, um dos problemas sociais mais graves, principalmente por conta do êxodo massivo de pessoas que viviam no campo para as cidades.
The housing problem is an urban and social problem, a very serious urban and social problem, mainly due to the massive exodus from the rural areas to the cities.
Hoje, 85% da população brasileira vive nas cidades. O Brasil já foi um país rural e muitas em grandes cidades. São Paulo, a maior cidade do país, tem na sua região metropolitana mais de 20 milhões de pessoas.
85% of the population in Brazil live in cities. Brazil was in the past a rural country. Many of the large cities in Brazil, such as São Paulo, have great populations. São Paulo's metropolitan area has more than 20 million people.
A região metropolitana do Rio de Janeiro tem mais de 10 milhões de pessoas.
The metropolitan region of Rio has more than 10 million people.
E, no entanto, não houve nenhuma política pública eficaz do Estado brasileiro para assegurar a moradia para essas milhões de pessoas que foram jogadas nas cidades.
However, there has been no effective public policy to provide housing for these tens of millions of people who have arrived in the cities.
O programa habitacional que houve no país, o Banco Nacional de Habitação, durante os anos de 1960, 70 até 1980, por estar baseado numa lógica do crédito bancário, atendeu muito mais a classe média do que os que mais precisavam.
The official housing program, which was the National Housing Bank, that was developed in the 60s, 70s, and into the 80s, was based on bank credit, which therefore served more the middle class than the needy population.
O resultado disso foi o Brasil ter hoje um dos maiores déficits habitacionais, um dos maiores problemas de moradia do mundo.
The result of this is that Brazil now has one of the largest needs for public housing in the world.
Os números que vocês veem aí se tratam de famílias. Se nós formos considerar isso em termos de pessoas individualmente, dá mais de 65 milhões de pessoas, praticamente um terço da população brasileira afetada pelo problema da moradia.
The numbers that you see here refer to families. If we think of individuals, we see that more than 65 million people, or 1/3 of the Brazilian population, is affected by the housing credit crisis.
A partir de 2005, já no governo do Partido dos Trabalhadores, do presidente Lula, houve um investimento importante nas cidades e uma política de estímulo à construção civil.
As of 2005, there has been, when under the PT, the Workers' Party administration under President Lula, there has been major investments in the cities.
O crédito imobiliário, tanto para financiamento da construção como para financiamento da compra de casas, foi muito facilitado, diminuiu as restrições e cresceu de uma forma incrível.
Real estate credit, both to finance construction as well as purchasing of homes, has been tremendously facilitated.
Com isso, houve também um aumento expressivo no valor da terra urbana no Brasil, principalmente nas grandes cidades, como os dados mostram.
As a result, there was a considerable increase in the value of the urban land in Brazil, particularly in the major cities.
A especulação imobiliária no país foi ainda agravada, além desse investimento maior na construção civil, agravada por mega eventos esportivos, como a Copa do Mundo de futebol que ocorreu o ano passado e as Olimpíadas que ocorrerá no próximo ano no Rio de Janeiro.
The real estate speculation became worse as a result of these investments in civil construction, as well as mega events that were organized in Brazil, such as the World Cup last year and the Olympic Games, which will take place next year.
Se fortaleceu um modelo de cidade que é um modelo segregador, um modelo excludente em relação aos mais pobres.
A model of a city that is segregating and excludes the poorer was promoted.
Junto com a segregação, através de despejos principalmente, realização de grandes obras e gentrificação de determinadas regiões. Houve também um processo, como foi dito aqui pelo colega que me antecedeu, no caso da Turquia, de criminalização da pobreza no país.
In addition to segregation, there have also been evictions and major construction projects and gentrification in certain areas, in a process which my Turkish colleague before me described as the criminalization of poverty in our country.
A cidade formal, reconhecida pelo Estado, tem uma lei. A cidade informal tem outra lei, particularmente em relação à forma de ação da polícia e das forças militares.
The formal city is recognized by law. The informal city has other laws, particularly with respect to the actions of the police and the armed forces.
Na semana passada, no Rio de Janeiro, houve um evento trágico, mas lamentavelmente não isolado, que foi o assassinato de uma criança de 10 anos pela polícia militar na favela do Complexo do Alemão.
Last week there was a tragic and sadly not an isolated event, which was the murder of a 10-year-old boy by the police in the Alemão favela.
O que é curioso para nós é que, paradoxalmente, um período em que houve crescimento econômico maior no país, alguma redução da desigualdade e políticas sociais, foi também um período de aprofundamento do problema da moradia.
Well, what is curious to us is that paradoxically, during a period in which there was some economic growth and some social policies were adopted, this was also the period in which there was a worsening of the housing situation.
Na verdade, é preciso questionar, colocar em xeque o mito do crescimento econômico que prega que o progresso social é resultado necessário do crescimento econômico. As coisas não ocorrem assim e as cidades brasileiras são um exemplo claro disso.
We need to question the concept or the myth that of economic growth that says that social progress is a result of economic growth. That's not what we see in our cities.
O crescimento econômico no Brasil aprofundou a crise urbana, certamente não só no Brasil, e também criou uma dinâmica de cidade ainda mais excludente.
Economic growth worsened the urban crisis, not only in Brazil but in other countries as well, and created this inequality.
A forma como a especulação imobiliária aprofundou o processo de desigualdade territorial foi principalmente através do mecanismo do aumento do preço dos aluguéis, do valor dos aluguéis.
Real estate speculation led to the increase of the value, increase in the inequalities in the housing, mainly through an increase in the price of rentals.
Uma parte importante dos trabalhadores, milhões de trabalhadores urbanos no Brasil, pagam aluguel. E, com o aumento importante dos aluguéis nos últimos anos, foram forçados a se deslocarem para periferias ainda mais distantes ou tornaram-se sem teto.
A significant portion of Brazilian workers, millions of Brazilian workers, rent their homes. And as a result of the increase in rental prices, they have been forced to move further out into the peripheries or become homeless.
Não houve, da parte do Estado, uma política de regulação do valor da terra e dos aluguéis. Uma mudança, por exemplo, uma lei do inquilinato que controlasse o valor dos aluguéis. Os aluguéis permaneceram controlados só pelo mercado.
There was no policy on the part of the state to regulate the value of the land or rentals, such as, for example, a rental law which would control the cost of rentals, and the cost of rentals was left to the market.
O Estatuto das Cidades, que seria a lei brasileira para estabelecer limites a essa especulação, também não é cumprida pela força política que tem o setor imobiliário e da construção no país.
The Statute of the Cities, which is the Brazilian law that establishes limits for this speculation, has not been enforced as a result of the political force wielded by real estate developers.
Mesmo o programa Minha Casa Minha Vida, que já se tornou hoje o maior programa habitacional da história do país e construiu 2 milhões de casas, não só não resolveu este problema, como inclusive, em alguns aspectos, o agravou.
The Minha Casa Minha Vida, My Home My Life program, which is the largest housing program in the country, having built 2 million homes, not only did not resolve the problem, but made it worse.
Em 2008, o programa Minha Casa Minha Vida foi lançado em 2009. Em 2008, o número de famílias sem moradia no país era de 5 milhões e 500 mil.
The Minha Casa Minha Vida program was launched in 2009. In 2008, the number of homeless people was 5.5 million.
O programa construiu 2 milhões de casas e, em 2012, que é o último dado que nós temos disponíveis, o número de sem-teto no país, de pessoas sem moradia, era de 5 milhões e 800 mil.
The program built 2 million homes, and in 2012, which is the latest data that we have available, the homeless population was up to 5.8 million.
Ou seja, mesmo com 2 milhões de casas, o problema da moradia só se agravou.
In other words, even with the program, the housing problem has gotten worse.
Porque a lógica da especulação imobiliária cria novos sem-teto a cada dia. As cidades tornaram-se uma máquina de criar sem-teto.
Because the logic of real estate speculation creates more homeless people, and the cities became machines that create homeless people.
Por isso, quando se está falando em alguns lugares de tornar o informal formal ou formalizar o informal, no Brasil o que nós temos visto é uma expansão da informalidade.
Whereas we talk about formalizing informality, in Brazil what we see is an expansion of informality.
As ocupações urbanas têm explodido nos últimos anos porque as pessoas não conseguem mais pagar o aluguel.
Urban population has exploded in recent years because people are not able to pay their rent.
Participar de ocupação não é uma escolha para ninguém, mas resultado da falta de alternativas diante de uma política de exclusão, de despejos e de aumento do valor do aluguel.
To participate in an occupation is not a choice. It is an alternative to the policy of exclusion, evictions, and rental increases.
Quando essas ocupações ocorrem organizadas por movimentos, é possível fazer uma luta mais ampla, também por infraestrutura, por serviços e por condições de vida mais dignas.
When an occupation is organized by a movement, we are able to fight for more infrastructure, more services.
Aqui temos alguns exemplos.
Here we have some examples.
Aqui à esquerda é a ocupação Vila Nova Palestina, o maior acampamento de sem-teto do Brasil, organizado pelo MTST, com mais de 5.000 famílias.
This is the Vila Nova
Palestina.
occupation, which was organized by the MTST. It's the largest in the country, with more than 5,000 individuals.
Do outro lado, a ocupação Copa do Povo, que foi feita a 2 quilômetros do estádio de abertura da Copa do Mundo do ano passado no Brasil.
This is the Copa do Povo, the People's Cup occupation with more than 2,000 individuals, which is located less than 2 kilometers from the stadium where the World Cup opening ceremonies took place last year.
E aqui abaixo, um exemplo claro da desigualdade da segregação, que é uma ocupação também em São Paulo, a ocupação Chico Mendes, ao lado de condomínios luxuosos.
And this is a clear example of the segregation, which is the Chico Mendes occupation, which is next to luxury condominiums.
Essas são algumas imagens de mobilizações sociais por moradia no último ano no Brasil.
These are images of some protests demanding housing in Brazil last year.
A mobilização que nós dos movimentos sociais temos feito é resultado dessa situação explosiva de falta de moradia e de exclusão, mas também de uma perspectiva e de um projeto de reforma urbana.
These mobilizations that the social movements have organized are a result of the situation of exclusion and lack of housing, and also for the perspective of a reform in the sector.
Uma reforma urbana que leve os mais pobres a poderem morar no centro e leve todos os equipamentos e serviços do centro para as periferias.
An urban reform which would allow the poorer population to live in the center and for services and equipment to be taken to the peripheries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing the insights from Brazil. Our next and last speaker on the governance panel is Miriam Ababza. She holds a PhD in geography from the University of Tours, France. She's an associate research fellow in social geography at the French Institute for the Near East in Amman. Her work focuses on the impact of public policies of regional and urban development in Jordan and Syria. She questions governance, public participation in housing policies and services delivery. She has co-edited publications, Cities, Urban Practices and Nation Building in Jordan, and Popular Housing and Urban Land Tenure in the Middle East. Her most recent publication is the Atlas of Jordan, History, Territories and Societies. Please welcome Miriam.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you, the university, for the invitation, and Nora Akawi especially, and Gavin, of course. It's really a pleasure for me to be among you today. I will talk about Jordan housing policies in looking at, I will try to justify why it's important to take the Jordan case study for two reasons. The first is that Jordan is a small, stable country in the Middle East that has it's 6.7 million inhabitants, that has the highest ratio of refugee out of this population, but also the absolute figure of the highest number of refugees in the world. If you count that you have 2 million inhabitants that are from Palestinian origin, that became citizens in 1949, but they are receiving services of the UNRWA. Plus, you add to that Iraqi refugees from 200 to 400,000, and you add to that Syrian refugees since 2011, around 630,000 registered at UNHCR, and according to the government, 1.3 million. So why do I mention that? I mention that because that makes Jordan one of the countries to receive a lot of development assistance, and with the development assistance new developmentalist model that are brought to the country by the expert working for the World Bank, working, for instance, in South America. And I'm going to take this because I think Jordan offers us a good opportunity to look at also the shift in paradigm, working on the developing world or the South, taking the subaltern concept and adapting them to urban development, as Anna Roy did, subaltern urbanism, 2011, but also as Darshini Mahadevia did for India. Why do I mention that? I mention that because Jordan offers this possibility of reading and thinking about social reality with another framework. Looking at participation, we are in a panel on governance, looking at participation, but and this is this will be the main. I'm sorry, I'm a bit impressed. I don't know. I have some difficulty to develop it. Look at participation. At the moment, it will not enter into real democratization. So at the moment, you can control and have participation only for urban services or housing, but not to raise in another level. We are going to develop that. Also, Jordan is important because it gives you the opportunity not to oppose state to population without power, as it's usually done for authoritarian country in the Middle East, but in fact, looking at ways people do interact with the state. How can I, the next slide like that? Okay, yes, thank you. Looking how, excuse me, how like that? Or like that? Okay, looking how on daily practices, inhabitants manage to register their property, register the informal housing they are building, and manage to negotiate. So you don't have the state and the population, but you have lawyers, you have several interactions. So why? So I'll come back to this slide. During the 70s, theorists abandoned the concept of Chicago School of Urban Sociology, developed in the 30s, in order to adapt the new reality of Latin America urban transition. They just revolutionized the concept of urban marginality and poverty, showing that poor new inhabitants of southern cities were fully integrated into the society, but in a way that made them economically exploited, politically oppressed, socially stigmatized, and culturally excluded. So it's the work of Janice Perlman and Manuel Castel. This pioneering work of the Latin American school was adapted in the 80s to the situation in India for the megacities of Calcutta and Karachi. And then it came to the Arab region with development, with actors of development through the World Bank, for instance. The issue of urban home ownership and regularization of land titling became a priority for the development program of the UNDP, echoing the work of Hernando de Soto. the conversion of the Dell capital. Jordan, at this moment, became important because, okay, so it's a map, of course, of Jordan, showing the high concentration of the population in Amman, Husayfa, Zarqa. Half the population is living there. Half this population is living in, you can see the growth of the city here, in the eastern part of the city, where you have highly dense, so not slum, you don't have slum anymore, but in the 80s, a quarter of the city of Amman was in informal state. So what happened at this moment, during the 80s, Jordan became the first Arab country to implement the new developmentalist ideology promoted by the World Bank in Latin America and Asia. This ideology aimed at involving the inhabitants during every stage of the renovation of their homes, and to allow them access to home ownership through long-term loans guaranteed by the state. The main principle was no expulsion, so minimal destruction, plus participation, and participation to a point that they learned how to. Oh, this is a map showing the density of population, and the two camps, we have two camps, Jebel Hussein and Wahdat camp, Palestinian camp, and the very dense populated areas were the location of the informal settlement that were upgraded. It's the green dot on the map by the Housing and Urban Development Corporation. Okay, this is the former map is interesting, so it shows the area that were benefited from this upgrading. And what is interesting is that you see that people, half of them do have land tenure because they've been buying the land after 67 for a dinar for a square meter. And then they build their own houses on that and in a very dense way. And what was the main principle of this ideology, this concept? It was, so as I said, no expulsion, land tenure consolidation, and as you can see, incremental housing. So basically, the idea was to train the dwellers to build themselves their own house. So they stayed in the shacks. They built only the walls, then a sanitary core unit. At the entrance, you still see that just a point of water and evacuation. And then they built the first 12 square meter house where they all lived, and then the second, and then it was developed like that. This was developed in East Wahdat and received all the engineers received collectively the Aga Khan Prize for Architecture in '92. But what I saw, okay, this was before and after, okay, informal settlement east of the Wahdat camp. But what we must keep in mind, it is the scale of this operation. This operation concerned only 6,000 families. So we're not talking about big operation like we had in India or, plus the other very important thing to remember is that indeed it was a total success for the participation of the inhabitants, and they learned how to become electricians, and they took after the property deeds for their house. But keep in mind that the political context of this was from 57 to 89, the absence of political parties in Jordan. They were banned. Absence of patrimonial life, and only the development of political spheres into the labor unions and syndicates, and of course the Muslim Brotherhood. So it's just to give a general, background to this participation. Then, after the peace process, following the peace process. The signature of the peace in 1993 with Israel, new policies were introduced in the country. And of course also the democratic movement. So parties were again allowed after 89. That was you know, for most of the Arab country, it was the real spring was in '89, looking at Algeria, looking at Jordan, looking at the moment where political parties were allowed to be active in the second time. So, but at this time, the new huge policies this time concern 400,000 persons, but with only with services, I will read maybe, only with upgrading of roads, services, school, but the fundamental aspect of land tenure was abandoned. The official reason for that being that it had become too expensive for the government to buy the land and resell that to the dwellers. Plus, the reason that people became too poor to even bring the 10 or 13% first amount to get the property. A more political reason was given. It is that after 1994, some people expressed the idea that we didn't want Palestinian citizens to get property deeds anymore. Also, they were Jordanians, but so you had this idea that Jordan was not the Watan Badil, was not a place for Palestinians to settle permanently. So it was all the context. So this policy was continued until 2008, and 2008 was in Jordan in a very neoliberal period. So this is a part of upgrading of a house. At this moment, houses were the houses that were demolished in the new CIP project. People received a very high compensation, so everybody wanted to be actually expelled because the high amount was paid, up to give you an idea, up to $20,000 to $30,000 per family to be expelled. So everybody wanted to have that. Then 2008, I will be very quick, became the year of housing year for the country, and the government embarked in a major policy to build 100,000 units, and of course, it's very banal. They were built at the periphery, outskirts of the cities, totally out of lacking infrastructure, lacking school, lacking services. We can have a look at that. And it was a total failure. Over 3 years, only less than 9,000 units were built. So this house in Zarqa. And what happened very quickly, very fast, it is that some of this housing were bought and then rented to Syrian refugees after 2011 for very high prices. So I will, I have only 1 minute, I will draw to the conclusion. It's important to analyze how authoritarian states are giving forms of public participation, what Stefan Heidemann called the authoritarian upgrading, how you allow the inhabitants and population to express themselves only on minor housing, important housing issues, but not going on the highest level. To give you an idea, when for instance, since the peace process until very recently, until 2011, in fact, you had, as we saw, community infrastructure program, but at this time, the municipal law was not elaborated. And to give you an idea, half of the members of the municipal council were still designated as the mayor. So that gives you again a general political context of that. And just recently, from 2012, Jordan embarked in testing a participatory budget in 6 municipalities. But again, a real training was given to the municipal member of these municipalities, but they were only allowed to develop their activity within the framework of former budget and with the municipalities not allowed to really develop and without real power given to the municipality. I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I invite our panelists to take a seat.
I think we just mentioned Claire.
Okay, would like to introduce Claire as our respondent of this panel. Claire, please join us.
Thank you to all the speakers, a lot of food for thought. Before we actually had the panel, Yasser was telling me how similar many of the cases that we were going to be commenting on today and in this panel in particular were. And it's scary, it's a sobering thought, but we need to appreciate that. Evidently they all have their uniqueness, but they are also very similar, and it caused me a sentiment of deja vu. It was all the way Margaret Thatcher in the 80s again saying, Tina, there is no alternative to neoliberalism. But we know there is, or there are alternatives, and I want to emphasize that hopeful thought. We have heard also of contestations coming from social movements and practitioners and intellectuals and activism, and as a matter of fact, Yasser and others represent here this phenomenal mix between the intellectual that is also committed as an activist, and the linkage that we all need to aspire for between theory and action. And we also need to acknowledge and try to bring forth those examples that are not only show resistances or actions of containment to this neoliberal urbanism, but those that try to transform the system, that are more systemic in nature, such as the kind of the Movimiento Sem Teto, the roofless movement that Guillermo represented for us. I also wanted to point out to other very interesting experiences that are happening in Latin America, in countries that are transitioning towards socialism. And these are very messy examples. I don't try to romanticize them, but Venezuela, Ecuador, Bolivia are exploring other ways. There are alternatives and other worlds are possible. In Venezuela, for example, the Grand Misión Vivienda, the Grand Housing Mission, is repeating some of the mistakes of Mia Casa, Mia Vida, the ones that we have heard of, sending people to the peripheries of cities without services and stuff like that. But it's also causing what I'm calling reverse gentrification, because it's positioning some of these new buildings for social housing in the middle of middle class and upper class neighborhoods in central areas of the city. Wow, we need to examine those things. We need also to continue educating ourselves by having these conversations about case studies around the world, and by bringing that gaze that we produce here from New York, looking elsewhere, back onto us. Because if we only have it looking elsewhere, it would look fairly imperialistic, and that's evidently not the intent here. And I certainly appreciate Ramin bringing to us these very telling presence or representations of the crisis with homelessness and foreclosures and illegal apartment subdivisions and garage conversions that constitute also the informality of our cities, New York and elsewhere. Since this is a conference on governance, governance can be understood as the space between the government and the governed. And some of these examples are telling us that there are interest attempts and sometimes successful attempts at conquering that space between the government and the governed, and also some attempts at trying to become the government itself, the attempts at collective self-management. And that's also complicated by the fact, as was shown with maps here, of the complexity of the political fragmentation that is occurring when our cities are growing and composing metropolis or city regions that we don't have language for, and let alone instruments to tackle in terms of planning. I also want to celebrate and honor the presence of the national coordinator of the Movimento Sem Teto, the roofless movement in Brazil, that is over 18 years old now and is the offspring of the landless movement that is over 30 years old and makes it the largest and longest living social movement in the world. Some of you might say that what they do is violent. They are often accused of acting in violence because they occupy property or they occupy land, but I would suggest that we consider how they are the victims of violence, the violence of the capitalist dispossession that forces them to house themselves in these manners. And I would want to ask, what fuels that energy for a movement to last 18 or 30 plus years? We know the need still exists, so that's first. There has been a lot of politicization. They receive educational, political formation within the movement. But I also want to ask Guillermo about something that is of enormous interest and importance, I think, which is the role of spirituality. They call it mystica. And they actively cultivate that in the movement, and I think it fuels it with its enthusiasm and ongoing energy. And I want to ask all of them also about the role of practitioners in accompanying these movements, these transformations. In Spanish and in Portuguese, we have this beautiful word that is acompañamiento, accompaniment. We don't use that very often in English. We don't use conviviality also very often in English, and it's very common in Latin America. So if you could comment on how those terms, how those sentiments play out, and how is it that practitioners, the people that we are forming here in architecture, in urban design, urban planning and preservation, can participate more actively and more effectively in the things that you're doing there. How do practitioners do that with you, the local practitioners, but also how an international community that we would be to Jordan or to Brazil, how can we also do something more effectively and prominently? Lastly, Reinhold asked this morning, what is the housing question? What would Hegel say is the housing question? And Spivak also said, is this housing to what she was referring with regards to health and rebuilding? And evidently we are too biased to immediately recognize housing as a problem in our disciplines, I would argue. Architecture, urban planning. We all point to housing, the deficits in housing. We need to solve the deficit in housing. But it turns out that deficit is a symptom rather than a problem. It points to the root, which is the problem, which is dispossession, which is poverty, which is lack of the capacity to produce a livelihood to sustain yourself and your family. So look beyond housing. Sometimes if we produce solely housing, we're creating a problem for people, because if people do not have the means to support that housing, that becomes a burden and they ultimately lose it. So look beyond housing, and we need to train ourselves to do that. And the questions of governance should also be always present to us, and I think these movements have a lot to tell us about how they organize internally, how they create coalitions, and the importance of intra-coordination, but also how they gain allies and sustain allies beyond their own movements. And with regards to refugees, I think it is important to just note that unfortunately we're going to have ever more pressing challenges with regards to extreme weather, disasters of all kinds, including war, and climate change. And that also produces different types of refugees. We have the regular economic refugees that we have always had, but we have growing numbers of war refugees and now growing numbers of climate refugees. How are we going to sort out the needs for those newer publics in our midst? It's an important problem to address. Thank you. So I'll ask you to...
Yeah. No, I think we will have
Yeah.
2 minutes of kind of responses from each speaker, and we will have to wrap up, unfortunately, so thank you again.
Who wants to go first?
Ladies first.
I will just, I don't know if it's working, just mention regarding housing and the refugee, an interesting experiment that was done by the Norwegian Refugee Council in Jordan starting from July 2013. The concept is to give to Jordanian families who have the possibility of building an extra level on the top of the house or in the basement, $6,000 with engineer controlling the state, the path of the construction. So they are self-building with this amount of money in exchange of giving this apartment for a period of 1 to 1.5 years to Syrian refugee. So it has specific consequences. The idea was to integrate the reality of this presence, appease the tension between the refugees and the population in the north of Jordan. And also the idea was that it will, by giving more housing on the market, it will reduce the rents because the rent became very, very high. So it's an interesting policy that was never done, in the Middle East, never, you know. And so pushing and encouraging people to self-build, to also accommodate the refugee. So it's interesting, and it went as well, in fact.
Okay. Throughout my presentation, and I was thinking Raman's movie, the last one, the foreclosures taking place in New York, and what we were seeing, okay, this is the crisis that we all share. New York, Istanbul, Sao Paulo. You know, it's the same crisis, the crisis of institutions, and it's related to the crisis of governance in our subject, and it's the crisis of democracy. Nice. In the movie, I was feeling this, the crisis of the formal housing was so much disempowering. You know, individuals, their houses are taken away, there are all these institutions acting against the people, and there's not much space of participating into this process to stop it, because there were no housing, was not the social process as we see in the our examples. It's not, so housing as a product is not, you know, it's one thing, but it wasn't the social process. People were just helpless. So this is the thing, what we can learn. Not only what is the problem of informality, but what we, as your question, what the international, globally, what we can learn from this. What we can learn from the informal housing as the social process. And the same bank is buying the whole neighborhood, not foreclosing a house, individual house. A whole neighborhood is being bought and sold. But people are not letting the bank come with the police and just give the key. Now, this is I think it's very interesting to see this. So just to finish up, I think it's not important in terms of the governance question is not about how to interact with institutions, how to interact with the crisis. No. And this was my message in my presentation. You need to create new institutionalism from below with the people. So I'm not interested in how can I, what kind of means and tools and governance policies that we can develop so that the government, we can work hand in hand and do some good things. No. We first need to be empowered as an expert and the community and the network. And the institution, the top down, the crisis will adapt to this. So that would be it.
Eu vou rapidamente aqui apenas mencionar um ponto levantado pela Clara,
I
da
will
mística.
just quickly mention something that Clara raised.
É preciso que a gente entenda que esse processo de opressão social e territorial nas cidades também vem acompanhado de um processo de humilhação social e psicológica.
We must understand that this process of oppression in society, in the cities, is also a process of psychological humiliation.
O pobre, o sem-teto, é tratado como ninguém, como alguém que não é.
The poor and the homeless are treated as non-beings.
Por isso, o papel de um movimento social e de uma organização coletiva dos mais pobres é também um papel de acolhimento.
So the role for a social movement is also includes welcoming,
Onde as pessoas sejam reconhecidas e onde as pessoas possam ser ouvidas como sujeitos.
to recognize people so that people may feel like people.
A identidade coletiva que o movimento constrói é cimentada por isso que nós chamamos de mística.
What the collective identity that the movement creates is based on what we call spirituality.
Que é fazer de um reconhecimento negativo um reconhecimento positivo para a organização e para a luta coletiva.
Which means to transform negative recognition into positive recognition for the organization and for the struggle.
Nesse sentido, o movimento social e as ocupações não são apenas um espaço de luta por moradia, mas também um espaço de afirmação política e social do sujeito.
Well, I guess
So the social movement is not only a struggle for housing, but also a struggle for social recognition.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is only the beginning of a great discussion, I think, and I'm sure we will have a lot more opportunity with the housing studio next semester and to continue these conversations. Thank you so much, Clara, for the moderation. Thank you all the speakers for your contributions.
Okay, good afternoon. So this is time for our last panel. Our last panel is Form, and Form is understood as the built manifestation, which is to house 7 billion people worldwide, and 1/3 of these people in precarious conditions, informal settlements, etc. I just want to note that the main question behind the creation of the Studio X network back 4 years ago was to understand how the school would be able to engage with different cities, with different conditions, apart from what we see here. But what the truth is revealing is that the MoMA Uneven Growth exhibition, the contribution by Cito Studio on New York, just shows that the size of the problem is the same wherever we look at. The size of the inequality, the urban inequality, the way that people live in New York is as big as in the cities where we are looking at. So, we are going to have 4 panelists now. I want to invite the first of them, who is Tatiana Bilbao. Just let me find. Well, Tatiana is a practicing architect who is interested in to regenerate and humanize spaces to open up niches for cultural and economic development as a reaction to global capitalism. She's a recipient of the Kunst Prize in Berlin in 2012, the Global Award for Sustainable Architecture Prize in 2013, and was named as an emerging voice by Architectural League in New York in 2009. Her work is part of the collection of the Centre Georges Pompidou in France, and currently she's a visiting professor at Yale School of Architecture. Tatiana.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here and being part of this very interesting conference already. Actually, yes, the same problems in all over the world, and in Mexico. Mexico is no different. We have pretty similar conditions as in Brazil. Many of the things that were said just in the past panel, I'm going to set them for our city. Mexico City is a city that was developed, the country's population right now, 78% lives in urban areas, mostly in Mexico City. Oops, this doesn't look very well, I'm sorry. This used to be a graphic of how the city has growth. And right now we have 22 million people living in the city, and the highest explosion of population went between the 80s and 90s. The vasticity of the place allowed for the population to settle there, and to settle in a very flat way. Mexico City is built on top of a lake, mainly, basically. The center of the city is built on top of a lake. And we are also in this failure from the seismic area that comes from California all the way back down to Mexico. So we have a high seismic area. So it's very expensive to build as highways. So this is why the city is very extended. The city has reached its limits, actually. It had reached the mountains that surround it. It has passed them by. Some of them, which are very high, are impossible to pass them, so really the growth has stopped there because it's already impossible to build higher and higher. The city has grown mainly informally, organically and informally, and obviously over agriculture ground. And where the agriculture was flourishing and the city really needed to accommodate more inhabitants, people started to inhabit it, and one of the most studied cases of informal settlement in Mexico has been this area, which is called Nesa. And Nesa started, as I said, in this agricultural land, and this is why it looks pretty well planned. But actually what happens is that people started settling in the agriculture parcels, invading the agriculture parcels that there were not them. Obviously, as the community started to organize itself, it started to sell the plots around them and started to create their own urbanism. Then the city arrived, immersed and put in infrastructure, put in services, transportation, etc. So after claiming back part of the land for services, the city decided to actually take the planning that the people made organically to distribute then more planned services in areas in that place. Obviously, the housing problem is immense in this city. Everybody wants to come to the city. 22 million people are already living there, and it's the city with most opportunities, but it's also the city where more deficits are. In the whole country, we have 9.8 million homes, million families without a house, and obviously what is starting to happen is that in every city, I'm specializing in Mexico City, but in every city what is happening is that obviously the poor are being expelled to the outskirts of every city. And this is exactly what happens, no? So the rich people take over and are expelling the poor. This is a photograph of an area. It's not a Photoshop. It's not two pictures together. This is another one. It's an actual photograph. So what happens is that the rich people are able to dislocate the poor people, and the poor people are being relocated in these new developments in the outskirts of every city. So this is the government solution. This solution was when the explosion of the population in Mexico City was happening. The country created a special system of workers' saving bank that was used to build housing for these workers that then will get a loan from this institution and build houses where these workers could get a loan, called social housing. In the 80s, this institution was named Infonavit. In the mid-70s, in the beginning was another name. Then the Infonavit became aware that they couldn't be able to produce the housing that was needed anymore, that they were not able to fulfill the demand as fast as the demand was needed. So they decided to change the system and become only a bank and open the production to private investment. So they allow private developers to build the developments and then sell them, and the Infonavit would become only a bank. This was not a model that it was new. That the explosion of these units that recently have emerged in every outskirt of every city in Mexico is not new, because the model was used since the 60s, obviously, because it's an incredible model of a repetition of a single unit that creates, obviously, a lot of benefits for the developer. And there are many important architects, such as Mario Pani, one of the most important modern architects in Mexico, that did these houses for this exact same model, obviously better designed, but the same model that, in my way of seeing it, is not the solution. Because what happens is that this repetition of single units that are normally 43 square meters set in the outskirts of the cities, they have no connection, no real connection to infrastructure, to transport, to services, to the city activities, to jobs, etc. So sometimes I call them little coffins. And the worst part of the story is that they sell them as the big dream for the people. And the people all the actors that are represented in this system, which is the federal government, who gives the loans, keeps the money of the workers and then gives the loans for them, the municipal governments that give the land use permit, then the private developers and the public and the people that are buying these houses. The poor people are the worst of the chain, obviously, because they're sold a dream, and they really want to have a land of their own, a house of their own, because normally they're living with 10 members or 12 members of their family. So when they see an opportunity to have their own little house for the partner and the little children, they really see it as a dream. But it's really hard that they can understand that this dream becomes a nightmare really soon, no? It's really impossible for these municipalities to receive these developments of 20,000 units when they normally had 1,000 residents, and all of a sudden they have 100,000 residents from 3 years or 4 years after. They cannot fulfill the services of the community, forget about paving the streets or maintaining the pavement of the streets. They cannot even pick up the trash, maintain the electricity or security in these places, because they don't have the economical capacity, even though people really are trying to make these places their own places and trying to copy their organic way of installing in their cities, like in this case. And obviously, they're illegally starting to bring businesses to the place because there's nothing, really nothing in kilometers in most of the cases. So, and obviously this has become now an important problem, not only because the level of abandonment is huge and it has obviously impacted economically a lot, because, and for my way of seeing it, the worst part is that 12 million people are living in these units created from the early 2000 years, and these people live in these communities that are getting empty, they're being abandoned. They're a repetition of a single typology, so they become a number. They are really these units, and they're producing more and more and more and more in the surroundings, being not abandoned but not even used. So imagine that this is your neighborhood, and or they are abandoned, and obviously this creates a lack of identity and a social problem. For me, the social problem that this creation of this system is creating, it's very, very big. And if this doesn't stop, by 2030, the Infonavit says, and they're very proud to say, that they will host 39 million people in these units. So 39 million people out of a country of 120 million living in these conditions is going to be a very huge social problem. Right now it's 10%. Ooh, this graphic doesn't show much. What it shows, it's just the sizes of the house, and my point here is that the change of the size of the house, the unit itself, hasn't been much through the years, and it also, this one doesn't show much, but it doesn't matter. I'll explain it. So the change of the size of the unit, it doesn't matter. And it really doesn't matter because that's not the problem. How many people here in New York pay millions of dollars for an apartment of 50 square meters? This is how much these houses measure. And why do you pay millions of dollars to live in an apartment in New York of 50 square meters that probably has no light, that it's in a horrible building, that it's not maintained, that it's really noisy, that it's very cold? Why? Because the city offers a lot of things. The city offers great jobs. The city offers great things, education, mainly entertainment, culture, services, transport, etc. And in these type of units, people are just offered a 45 square meter house. And so, and obviously, not only that, the construction of these units have obviously deforested a lot of parts of the city, have created cities, suburbs all over the place, directed and not obviously planned by no one, but directed by developers, but private developers, where they could find the cheap land. So actually the cities have been started to be in a very strange sprawl, and what is very urgent is that this sprawl is totally contained and diminished. And as I think, starting to see the problem of not trying to solve a better unit, because the Infonavit for 10 years was really focusing on how to make architects to think on a better unit, on a better 50 square meter unit. I think that they have to think elsewhere and think that this unit needs to have a great environment. So they need an environment that it's diverse, that it has a differentiated on density, that probably is created more organically, and that could, instead of have this repetition, learn a little bit more on the organicity of these places like vecindades, where people were really a community, that people were taking care of each other, that people were knowing their neighborhoods, and instead of having a huge wall in the middle dividing the service patios, had a common area to share, which makes a lot of things. It's not only a common area to share, it's a common place to meet, to socialize, to make a community, to create a strong thing. So I'm trying also to learn on these things, because I think these exactly places give a lot of incredible information on how we could, architects, think on intervene and design things. In this case, we were asked to develop a city. I have a minute, and I'm going to finish in a minute. Very quick, I'm going to explain that we were asked to develop a unit of 600 houses, because there was a mudslide and 600 families lost their homes. The government presented a plan for these relocation of these 600 units, and obviously it was straight lines of sleeping coffins, arranged perfectly in a very efficient way. And I said, fortunately enough, I arrived on time to convince someone, saying, you know what you're going to do? My argument for them to not do that was that if they were going to do that, these people would return to the mountains and to live again in the mountains, because that place was horrible. The people would have, the same as Alfredo said, buy this place and move to the mountain, sell this place and move to the mountains back. So I convinced them, because they were really afraid that these people went back to the mountains because they would have had a new emergency, because it's becoming deforestation, etc. So the mudslides are something that will happen again. So the only thing is that the government was very committed to the architect that designed the unit, so we couldn't change the unit. But as our principle, we said we don't care. We use the unit that you have chosen, and we will replicate it in this place, and we will use it in different ways. So we can create, first we follow the topography, second we can create more dense areas where the services are, less dense areas where the city starts to blend with the nature. And in this sense, we try to replicate a little bit, not replicate, but to understand a little bit their way of living, their organically way of living, and to create a place that they could appropriate for. And I'm very happy to say that they are living there since 3 years and very, very happy. I'll just go very quick to a model of a house that we are building for really not even the social workers housing, but for the lower part of the pyramid, that it's made out of $8,000. And yeah, the only thing that I wanted to say at the end is that there is a lot we can learn from the informal way of building cities, because that's exactly what they know, how to build communities. And in order to understand them, we should go and study that instead of looking at books and understanding how good urbanism is done. And I do believe that social housing needs to be, at least in Mexico, thought in a very different way. Right now it's thought as a thing that could move the economy, but right now I think that this needs to change, and it needs to start being a benefit for society. This is a benefit, and it's not a dollar, it's a benefit. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to welcome our next guest, Heiner Hell. Heiner is an architect and urban planner. He's currently professor at U Berlin, and between 2010 and 2014, he directed the Master of Advanced Studies in Urban Design at the ETH Zurich, conducting research and design projects on urban development in emerging territories with a focus on Brazil. He holds a PhD from the ETH and is the founder of architecture and urban design office Balco.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you to the organizers for this invitation and to give the opportunity to share this experience. I will also talk about the Brazilian case as a gringo, as a foreigner, and I hope I can bring some new aspects to it. I will talk in the session that is framed form. Interesting that we end up talking about form, but actually I found it good because maybe we can combine certain things that were talked about before under this topic. I want to introduce three arguments or three claims, let's say. The first one is that I think urban form should be understood as concentrated and integral form of social organization. This is quoting Benevolo, the urban historian. So I want to talk about form as urban form, and this is actually understood, or I think this should be understood as social organization as a common good, as something that concerns all of us. Second, I believe we shouldn't only address urban form, but also natural form. In an age of scarcity of resources, architects also have to be actively involved into the form of nature, forming nature. And third, I want to redefine the role of the architecture as a promoter of popular neighborhoods and also popular economies. The image that you see here, the image. Okay. The image that you see here is from the 14th century. You might know it's from the painter Ambrogio Lorenzetti, showing the city-state of Siena under the title "The Allegory of Good and Bad Government." What is particularly interesting in this image that it was commissioned by the civic society in order to show how we should evolve not only the city but also the countryside. It is a representation of peace and war, and it shows the Republic of Siena, the city-state filled with bankers, merchants, and dancers at the moment where Siena had international contacts. It's shown as an urban hub, and it represents actually what the civic society can do in order to achieve the better city. It is showing the city in combination with the countryside also to show that the city is something that has to be organized according to resources, according to common goods. So that's why we should understand the natural resources together with the city as a common good. And the question is, how can we cultivate this common good? How can we produce the city? This is actually a question of culture. So here you see the good government, the effect of good government to the city, the effect of the good government to the countryside, and then the fresco also shows the negative effect, what happens when urban management doesn't work, what happens with corruption, fraud, and so on. We will get to the bad governments of the city and the countryside. So I want to frame urban form as common ground, and I will talk about the case of Brazil. Here you see an image of Rio de Janeiro, a very seductive image that shows one of the biggest favelas of South America, Rocinha, in very close proximity to, let's say, the official city. We learned today that we need to have a diversified view on the favela that we see here. It's the place of the lower middle class. 60% of the favelados are part of the lower middle class. It's a place of conflict. It's a place of advanced illegal capitalism also. There are people making a lot of money. There are some rich people there. And I also want to comment here that we shouldn't only problematize the favela, the subaltern. We should also problematize the middle class and the rich. And in this sense, we should also rearrange the desires of the middle class and the rich. But talking about these favelas, obviously there are a lot of problems. And I was doing my PhD on the upgrading of favelas, which is a huge effort. No? We have to send a lot of engineers into these areas in order to retroactively produce the infrastructure. Based on that, we did a collaboration with Rua Arquitectos Pedro Rivera in order to contribution to the show Uneven Growth. We is the Master of Advanced Studies of the ETH Zurich. We did a panorama, and the panorama is actually a room, and it shows the space of the city in a continuous way. It's a panorama that shows popular neighborhoods. It shows the favela, it shows the rest of the city as if it's one thing, and it also shows nature. What is particularly important for us, or what was important for us, is the fact that the people produce the city, not only because they produce houses, but also because they produce urbanity. It's the community that is producing what we understand as public space or lively public space urbanity. Even though when we look at the favela, it's a highly privatized space. You know? It's a filled space, it's a very dense space, highly privatized, and even infrastructure in a certain way is privatized. The blue water tanks represent water security, self-provisioned water security for each of these inhabitants. We wanted to rethink that, introducing in this exhibition the series of veranda products. For example, here you see how this blue water tank is on the Lage, on these rooftop terraces, are turned into seating areas where you also can hang out collectively. I want to talk about commoning in the Anthropocene. I want to take you on a trip actually to the Amazon forest by addressing the questions what the commons are about. It's about first resources, because commons are always based on resources. It's based on the question who is organizing the resources, what are the groups, what are the collectivities that are organizing these resources, and third, what is the practice of commoning, because we have to constantly maintain common goods. It's just showing us an example how traditionally commons were organized and how the social space was reflecting also the form, let's say the urban form. This is from a settlement from the native inhabitants of the Amazon forest. And we know that the natives in the Amazon forest, as in other places, were actually suppressed when industrialization arrived with the resource attractions. And these inhabitants are nowadays working in factories. They are working for mining companies, and they are deprived from the original practice of commoning, you know, of the way they were dealing with the resources and the way they were creating, maybe not urban form, but the way they were creating settlements. Maybe it's also a moment to remind us that we are having this conference on an island that is called Manhattan, and that was previously also managed maybe by native people. The Amazon forest is one of the largest common goods of the planet. 1/3 of it is already deforested, and we know that this causes a big problem for the whole planet, for the whole global community. What is very interesting is that the deforestation revealed something what they called now the Amazon geocliffs, which was discovered in the end of the 90s, and they were wondering what it is. Finally, they found out that these geocliffs were from cultures that were happening in the same time as the Middle Age, in the same time the fresco in Siena was painted, and these rings are showing ritual places. What is more, they examined the earth and they discovered a high amount of the so-called terra preta, a highly fertile earth, which led to the conclusion that this cultivated land is product of a social organization that is more fertile than the original virgin Amazon forest. So the nature is man-made, in this case, in a very balanced way, and this brings us to the question how we should think about urban design in the Anthropocene. Minha Casa, Nossa Cidade was the subject of our research at the MAS Urban Design. We started with the thinking on urban informality in the first place, and we did projects for favela upgrading for 2 years, did competitions and so on, and we were highly involved in that. And then there was a key moment when we started to look at City of God, Cidade de Deus, which is originally a mass housing settlement from the 60s, a typical case where you move the urban poor or the favelados from the center to the periphery, according to, let's say, the US-American model of suburban houses. And this settlement turned into a favela and probably into one of the most dangerous places in Rio, if not in Brazil. Most of you know this story from the movie City of God. And this brought us to a new thing, which was to think about social housing, mass housing in Brazil. We already heard from, I think, Jailson, that or Guilherme, that this program was launched in 2008 by the Lula government, quickly after 2009, quickly after the financial crisis. And the goal was to combine the production of social houses with economic development. So the main actor in this process was the big-scale construction industries, and it was called My House, My Life. We did now a research that is presented in a book, which is called My House, Our City, because we think, as it was mentioned today, that we have to produce cities and not just give access to houses. This is how it looks. We already heard that around 2 million houses were already built. It's actually without form, I would say. No? It's a reproduction of the same thing, so it's informal. Whereas the informal settlements are highly specific in form. It's usually based on two models, the single-family apartment, similar to the Mexican case, between 35 and 50 square meters, or the 4 to 5 story walk-up. All over the country, the same model is implemented, even though Brazil has different climatic zones. So it's actually really stupid or a slap in the face for any planner or architect, serious planner or architect. We try to imagine how we can upgrade these settlements. We think now we not only have to think about upgrading of informal settlements, we have to think about upgrading of these generic market models, which is a big problem. They are built anyhow. We cannot just change the big construction machine, so we have to develop strategies of how to upgrade them. We introduced moments of popular architecture, like, for example, the garage shop, in order to introduce diversity, programmatic diversity. But we also were mainly thinking how to produce neighborhoods, popular neighborhoods, how we called it. We read it also in another lecture. Popular housing is the topic, not it's not about informality or to just only improve informality. We have to produce popular neighborhoods, and the Ministry of the Cities in Brasilia got interested in the research, and from there we started a project which was about developing guidelines for the mass housing project Minha Casa Minha Vida during 6 months with a lot of Brazilian partners and consultants. It led to a document which is called the Seal of Quality, based on the idea that once established, these settlements have to grow, will grow, but they should grow in a sustainable way. We wanted to valorize the street, public space, and so on, the space in between also with vegetation, and we wanted to enhance family participation. And with that, we are now about to do a pilot project in the Amazon region based on the idea of cooperatives. Here you see the location next to the biggest open-pit iron mine of the world, the mine of Carajás. And it's a region where you have the rapid growth of the city. The fastest growing cities in Brazil are in the Amazon region. And from there they control the extraction of the iron and the shipment to Asia. And in Asia they build these cities, maybe not in a sustainable way. But what is more, the city that is growing next to it is not growing in a sustainable way either. It's like a big favela. So we know to manage these big logistic operations, but we don't know how to create sustainable cities there. Infrastructure is missing. The growth is faster than infrastructure provision. They are removing entire hills in order to implement the mass standard models of Minha Casa, Minha Vida. And we just started to do a project, I'm going to move fast, that is enhancing participation and introducing also the idea of community gardens, the idea how to cultivate the environment, so that they also start to have a relationship to the area. Can you show the movie if you give me 2 more minutes? And I think it's important maybe to see that's the... is it running? If not, that's the... Without sound is fine. That's the beginning of this participation events. We are organizing 500 families. It's about education. It's about presenting the program. It's about formation of subjects. It's about teaching them that they shouldn't live in single-family houses, but rather share their resources, that they should live in apartment buildings because they are not used to live in apartment buildings. But we have to convince them that it's better in the long term for them. We have to also evoke the desire for collective facilities and how they can use them and share them and take advantage of these collective facilities. And we did design workshops together with them so that they would also identify with their areas and be involved in the process. You can move one further, and I'm going to finish here. I want to raise the question how we can, maybe one detail, I was lately there and I learned that there is a big corruption scandal around the site that we wanted to use, and the mayor and the secretary of housing is now suspended. This happens in the moment when the big scandals in Brazil, the biggest scandals of corruption in Brazil happens right now. And it's really interesting because we were trying to formalize these cooperatives, and in the same time we are realizing that the top-down, the government is informal, is acting in an informal way. So often we have these reversed situations. And I want to ask how we can form a civic society that would be more resilient to these incidents so that they would manage sustainable neighborhoods. And we also have heard what the mission for the contemporary architect should be. And I want to add to that we know alternative models to the current urban economy. And I think the main problem is the urban economy. The urban economy is wrong. We didn't hear that often enough today. It's not politics in the first place. It's the economy and the financing system that is wrong. And politicians cannot operate if the lobby is so strong that they have no power. We know alternative practices, as for example the cooperative movements, alternative to this current urban economy, but the main question is how can we multiply the effect of these practices? How can we scale these practices so it wouldn't only be something of a niche development, but rather would lead to the improvement of housing for the majority of the people? Thank you.
Thank you, Heiner. So, our next guests are Beth Stryker and Omar Nagati from Cluster. Cluster is a platform for urban research, architecture, art, and design initiatives established in 2011 in Cairo. Omar Nagati is a practicing architect of urban planning with 25 years experience working. He has been the recipient of a number of honors and awards, including representing Egypt in the 6th Architectural Design Exhibition at the Venice Biennale. A graduate of Cairo University, he studied and taught at the University of British Columbia and Berkeley. Beth Stryker works between Cairo and New York City and has a BA from Columbia and an A.March from Princeton. She also has been the recipient of numerous awards and grants, including the Graham Foundation and the Ford Foundation. She has curated exhibitions and programs in many institutions, and her works have been exhibited at the Wexner Centers for the Arts, the Walker Art Center, and the Whitney Museum of the American Art, among others. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Very delighted to be here. Thank you for sticking around. It's the last session. We're going to shift slightly from what we've been talking about all day. Of course, Cairo shares many of the characteristics that other cities, including informality, constituting maybe 70%. I think David Sim is going to talk more about that later this evening. But what's interesting about what happened in this part of the world is this momentous change has been happening in the last 3 or 4 years, in which what we called city in flux or condition of flux. By that we mean that in a certain moment when the state was weak and security was absent for almost several months, this condition was coupled by a sense of empowerment by communities and individuals after toppling two regimes. So that created a sense of, to use the cliche, reclaiming the city and public space. So we witnessed for a year or two a phenomenon of unprecedented informalization of the city. So not talking only here about the informal housing around the city, of the belt, informal belt, similar to Novellas, but we're talking about the city core being encroached upon, to use Asif Bayat's slow encroachment that's been taking place for maybe decades in Cairo, like street vendors, like people, taking over the sidewalk a little bit. But in this particular moment, there was a breakdown or a power vacuum that created a condition conducive to overwhelming phenomena. So what we did in this first several months is to try to quickly capture this fleeting moment and try to learn from this extensive measure of informality, because the city became all of a sudden a lab to experience and appreciate the extent to which this informalization process could teach us as urbanists and planners, and trying to unlock or decode this seemingly chaotic process and try to unravel the underlying structure. So I'm going to go through a very quick brief of some of this documentation and archiving, the first part, and then Beth will talk about some of the project we're doing. One thing, just a little caveat, this is a very uncomfortable position for me, because this talk is as if we're still living in a revolutionary process, but in fact we're living in a counter-revolutionary process. So many of this condition that we're going to be talking about has gone, and we're what I call living in a restoration of order. So it's a bit kind of after the fact. Nevertheless, I think the work is relevant to what the condition that used to be, but now I think we need to rethink and reconsider the role of architect and planner, which we're going to talk about. So usually when we talk about the revolution in this part of the world, is some of the sort of themes that we were talking about in the last 3 years. This was an urban revolution par excellence happening in the streets and public space. There is a city in flux that you have described. The breakdown of security created a not only contested or competing interest, but competing frames of reference. So there's no one single normative order governing the interaction of communities and individuals, but there are different references that we're going to see in public space. And that sort of creates the need to really unlock this informality and develop or suggest alternative modes of professional practice. So, of course, the revolution creates the extreme, spectacular protest in public space like Tahrir, but also create more subtle, less kind of glamorous form of informality, such as street vendors, quote-unquote, invading the city center and turning all the streets into marketplaces. This is some of the sort of the violent manifestation of the revolution, and this is some of the more subtle competing interests over public space, where the public space is kind of used in multi-layered way as a marketplace sometime, as an extension for prayer another time, and how can we kind of try to disentangle, unpack this multi-layered practice. Again, the condition created what I called a new mode of citizenship, where individuals and communities started to feel empowered and started to involve in practices in public space that were unimagined before. And you may think this is a very simple performance in the metro, but in Egypt that needed before permits and approvals, but all of a sudden people were just do whatever, from graffiti to street vendors to performances. And I'm going to show more extreme examples. One of the capturing image that we always use in our work is to try to draw parallels between this sort of moment of prayer and this in Tahrir Square, where this individual self-emerging kind of order, where the individual unit really generates a pattern based on very basic spatial rules, like, for example, in the prayer, you just have to direct to Mecca, form a line, and leave it enough distance to pray. But in this very kind of simple rules, you generate something that is not real iron grade, but it has a little bit of a tolerance, but it has still a sense of organization. Similarly, you can look at informal housing from the same principle of individual units with neighborly rights and certain organizational structure on the ground, generating this very, very complex and multiplicity. Now, as I said, we're no longer living in this revolution moment, but we're kind of in full swing on a restoration of order. And we can see now, if you go to Cairo today, you will see the city is being cleaned up. All traces of revolution are being wiped out, edited out, and there is a sense of sanitization of downtown and sort of reclaiming the city by the state as sort of the formal, glamorous architecture of and heritage buildings. So we as a group, we started to develop certain, let's say, themes or frameworks, such as archiving city in flux, learning from informality, downtown passageways, and artists as urban Catholics. We're going to talk about 2 examples with lack of time. So the street vendors downtown, this is one of the images. One of the things we looked at today was we heard about sidewalk and institutionalization of a street. The sidewalk represents the demarcation line between the private and public sphere. And in North American and European society, this demarcation line is usually relatively clear. So you know very well what you can or cannot do before and after this line. In Cairo, particularly at this moment, this becomes sort of a blurred boundary or a range of gray zone in which, you know, there's a constant contestation of what you can and cannot do without really knowing what is right and what is wrong, what is legal, what is illegal. And the street vendor, or this 1 square meter footprint, represents really a space of contestation by multiple competing interests, from the shop owner, street vendor, to the motorist, to the authority, to the residents, and so on and so forth. So we got interested in this process. I think all right. So this is a quick clip. We use the time-lapse photography as a way to capture a very fluid process over time, to capture this kind of the organization principle. This is another extreme example of a seasonal event during Ramadan with some sort of a soup kitchen that is served at a particular time and requires very sophisticated level of synchronization. The food has to be served at the same time, warm, and so on and so forth. And really, it defines how many lanes of the street are taken over and why, and how is that negotiated for cleaning up, and so on and so forth. All right. This is some of the eviction attempts that some of them failed. Now there's a full-fledged restoration of order, I said, downtown that is happening as we speak. Now, the other set of patterns that we looked at during that time is what we call informal development on the highway, or the ring road in particular, in which, you know, individuals, a community, particularly informal areas around the ring road, because the ring road, when it was built, it wasn't meant to give access to informal communities, but it was bypassing them. So they started to develop these little businesses like, you know, coffee shops and repair for car repair shops and so on. And one of the extreme examples that we documented was a highway exit that was built by a community that, again, was bypassed. You can see at the top some of the informal housing. We sort of geo-reference many of these activities. And if you can play the second video quickly, I appreciate that. This is a video that was produced by the local community. This is 6 months after the revolution. And so they built this 2 on and off. Can you turn it off or make it? Sorry, it's very, the music is actually by the, so the idea is, you can see here the way they sort of constructed this ramp very fast. In 3 months, they built these 2 on-off ramps using local resources. Many of these contractors are actually live in the community. They have access to machinery. Some of them contribute by land, by material, by machinery, or by cash. And they knew that this is a very temporary moment, and eventually the state will come back, and this act may be criminalized. So what they did is they kind of captured this moment on a PowerPoint or a video, and they sent it to the governor and the police chief that time, invited them to come and cut the ribbon, inaugurate, and bless their act. And that was the moment when the state was at the most vulnerable position. So that not only they kind of came, but they kind of put a traffic police station underneath and has formalized what otherwise would be a criminal informal act. So this is kind of some of the examples that we try to document and try to learn from these informal practices in this particular unique moment. And I think now we have enough material to start to digest it and maybe analyze it and use it and make it available for professionals and academics. So Beth, if you can take over from here and talk about downtown. You can skip that.
Okay, I guess we're going to skip through some of this work. All right, so all right. The Cairo Downtown Passages, this is one of the frameworks we're working in right now to look at how can we, as a small, basically company operating as an NGO, help with the revitalization of downtown, but in particular we're interested in helping to promote a more inclusive and diverse public space. This is at a time where it's now illegal to gather in public space. So whereas previously there have been all these mass protests in Tahrir, currently if you gather together in public you can be arrested and people are largely being thrown in jail. So we're looking at these back alleys and network of back alleys as public spaces where we can, again, create spaces for people to come together and to gather. This was a redesign we did of one of these back alleys called the Kodak Alley, and if we have time, Omar can talk more about the design elements of it. But I think the important thing here, again, was that this was in January of this year, the inauguration. This was the first time for many of us that we'd actually been able to gather together since the protests of over a year ago. This is Phillips Passage, which is an adjacent passage that we also redesigned. And we're also interested in the question of how art and culture can be injected into these passageways and used as a catalyst for urban development. So we created an infrastructure here where you can do public screenings in the alleyway. This was during the inauguration, and this was a screening that we did with Cinematech, which is an independent film center downtown. Again, just looking at by creating a network of these passageways, and these were design pilots that we did, but we're interested in being able to replicate this and so create an alternative framework for the development of downtown. And as part of this work, we've been doing mapping over the past 3 years of there's quite a number of these passageways or in-between spaces, and so looking at the question of form and informality, and so beginning to create a sort of morphological and genealogical database of all of the different passageways. And as part of this work, this mapping work we're doing of the passageways, we've also started to design walking tours through these back routes, again, trying to make them both more visible and accessible. And again, you can't really see on this particular projection. And this is one of the pilot projects we had also done prior to the redesign of the public space itself. Again, looking at art as an urban catalyst, we had redesigned we sort of renovated 4 spaces alongside the Kodak Alley. These were spaces that had been empty for over a decade, and we created an exhibition. This was of a visual artist, Hassan Khan, an Egyptian artist, and so it was a procession of spaces along the passageway. This is a sound and light installation on the left that actually opens up directly into the passageway, so also introducing music, light. This was a space that had been really very dark and unsafe to walk through prior to this time. And I think I'm going to pass it back to you.
Yeah. So the last couple of minutes, we have 2 minutes. We're just going to quickly talk about some of the tools we use to sort of negotiate this in-between space. So the condition of the passageways or informality, we looked at not as sort of antithesis to formal or capital A architecture, but as a space of negotiation, contestation and negotiation. So we use some of the tools such as stakeholder analysis in absence of a functioning local governance. We sort of developed this tool to talk to the individuals around the passageway, like the residents, shop owners, developers, authorities, and so on and so forth. Try to understand from each position whether there's sort of the maximal and minimal kind of desires and what are the concessions they're willing to make. So instead of having a zero-sum a solution or intervention, you try to develop a middle ground, so everybody gets 60-70% of their wealth. So that's sort of, and the street vendors, the same thing. We look at the different level of the sort of the geography. So the 1 square meter at the center, who are the stakeholders on the block level, on a city level, on national level, that are involved in this space. Sorry, the visuals are not very clear for some reason. These are different diagrams we've been using. This is another project that we did, whereas we built one-to-one model as a way to engage communities, so there's another mode of participation. So instead of bringing a model and ask the community what they want, so we built a really one-to-one mock-up, and through this process, people interaction, and they see in it something, and maybe they do it in a better and cheaper way. And then finally, in the Passageway project, we really looked at very, very simple, mundane elements, such as the bench, the tile, even the light fixture, and each one of them was really a site for contesting. So some of them said, we don't want benches, we don't want to have anybody sitting outside our premises, or we don't have tree to cover our sign. So, or even the tile, the choice of tile was very controversial. Some people want like very smooth tile without any grooves for cleaning. So each one of these elements was so simple design, was really for us an opportunity to kind of test this hypothesis of how could this passageway or in-between space becomes a tool to negotiate these competing interests between the different stakeholders. So finally, just to wrap up, I think we look at informality, whether we're talking about downtown, informalization of downtown, or informal housing or informal areas in Cairo, as a reservoir for this kind of incredible knowledge and potentiality. And as has been said today over and over, we see it because Cairo, as most of the cities in this part of the world, like 70% informality. So it's very, I think it would be very, it wouldn't be like, smart to think of it as a marginal phenomenon that needs to be reformed, as has been said today. So as a mainstream process of urbanization, we need to really work within it and try to understand how can we understand the underlying structure and work within it, and maybe learn from it in a sort of a more dialectical relation. So that's the presentation we have. Thank you so much.
Well, now we have our last presentation by Rohan Shivkumar. Will you please forgive the way I will pronounce the Hindi words? Rohan is an architect and urban designer from Mumbai, and he's the deputy director of Kamla Harija Vidyanidhi Institute for Architecture and Environmental Studies, where he heads the practicing arm of the school. Currently, he's working on a film project, Nostalgia for the Future, examining the legacy of modernism in India on the architecture of the home. He's also co-curator of film programs Moving at the Museum, at the Baldaji Lab Museum, and for the Geographies of Consumption Research Art Project by the Mohil Parekh Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you, GSAPP. And I'm going to try and make it as fast as I possibly can, because I am the last presentation of the day. So where do I get to see? Oh yeah, here it is. So, like Pedro said, I'm from Mumbai, and I teach full-time actually at an architecture college called the KRVIA, which is easier to pronounce than Kamla Harija Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture and Environmental Studies. And I'm going to be talking about Bombay, and I'm going to talking actually about the practice of the school that I'm teaching in. And I'll be talking about the practice of the school in the poster child of slums in Bombay, Dharavi. And I'll be talking about different ways in which different sorts of players have imagined Dharavi, and the way that they've imagined intervening in Dharavi. And I think the word imagination is key here. So I'm first going to be talking about Mumbai. And Mumbai is a city where the film industry is, and it's also a city that is actually a constellation of ideas of metropolitan modernity. And that imagination, all those different imaginations of metropolitan modernity, have really affected everyday life in the city. So it's a place where it's a city haunted by images, where reality and representation are all merged into one. And that is actually what I want to talk about, where does the practice of architecture then begin to intervene within this sort of spectral landscape. The spectral landscape is best kind of I guess, illustrated by this image, which is the Prime Minister, the ex-Prime Minister of the country, wanting to turn Mumbai into Shanghai, where the ghost of Shanghai then is, hovering over Mumbai. So if you read the text, which is right down there, when we talk of a resurgent Asia, people think of the great changes that have come about in Shanghai. I share this aspiration to transform Mumbai in the next 5 years in such a manner that people would forget about Shanghai and Mumbai will become the next talking point, right? And that has led to kind of policies by the state that effectively imagined every square inch of Bombay undergoing drastic redevelopment, which means Bombay had to be completely transformed. Everything that was there had to go and had to be replaced. And there were, new infrastructure projects that were put in place, like that metro and flyover projects. New housing policies were put in place, and the city limits kept expanding. And it is, sorry, it's not moving, yeah. And it is this kind of, it is a space like this that is imagined as the idea of Bombay. This is Marine Drive in South Bombay, which has been represented and overrepresented in so many Hindi films that it has become the sort of imagination of what constitutes a particular kind of dream of the city. But also in Bombay is this, the opposite. And that's what we'll be talking about today, Dharavi, the 1 million people in the center of the city. And it is, like I said earlier, the poster child of the slum. And you have all seen this film, Slumdog Millionaire, which is actually it is the way that this space is very often represented, like as a nightmare, a place where people are, swimming in shit and, jumping off all kinds of, running around labyrinths of maze-like kind of alleys, not knowing anything at all. And that imagination led to like a flood of interest in Dharavi. Flood of interest that was then taken advantage of by the local community and also hated by the local community. On the left, slum children from Dharavi stood on the streets and complained, "I am not a slum dog, I am the future of India." And on the right, another guy in the next alley said, "Oh, that's a great idea. What I'll do is I'll start slum tours. So all these guys who come to find out the locations of Slumdog Millionaire, I'll make some money out of that." So this is what I'm trying to say, is that these imaginations that are then overlaid upon these slums start creating opportunities that we can't necessarily predict, but they really affect the way that real economic opportunity begins to take shape within the slum. Especially given the context of this plan, which is that Dharavi had to get a makeover, which was it is part of that entire idea of redeveloping the city to make it into a global city. So this is Dharavi. So that's the map of Bombay on the right. Does this have a pointer? Yeah? Oh yeah, okay. So that's Dharavi. This is the city of Bombay. I live up here. This is the most expensive real estate that there is. So Dharavi obviously is closer to the highest real estate. So it's very, very sought after. It's surrounded by a business district, a very high-end locality where rich people live. So its real estate values are substantially high. And if you go to Dharavi, actually, it's anything like it's not really like Slumdog Millionaire. There are people over there who are working. This is a guy who runs a tailoring shop. You have an older community that is making pots. This is Kumbharwada. You also have guys making leather wallets that actually go to sell in boutiques across Europe and America. You also have a large recycling industry. And Dharavi as a slum is also not very uniform. It's made up of all different kinds of slums, because the slum is not only one kind of category. It also has older municipal buildings and older heritage buildings. It even has an older fishing village, and that's all nestled within that idea of Dharavi. And it also has some redevelopment projects that have taken place. So it's a sort of collage of all these different things that actually becomes Dharavi. And this is actually what Dharavi really is like. I mean, it's made up of many, many different kinds of communities coming together. Each of them, you can't see the drawing anyway. Each of them has a different, either they work in a different, let's say, economic activity, or they belong to a different part of India. So it's a sort of kind of cosmopolitan part of the city. So I'll be looking at this through these four players. I'll be drawing a sort of vague historical narrative of the way that low-income housing and especially Dharavi has been imagined by these four actors. And I'll be starting with that of the state. Until the 1990s, early 1990s, it was the state that had to provide housing in the socialist imagination of India. And it generally was what I'm calling the regime of the minimum standard, because you had to use the least amount of money to provide the most amount of housing. And this is from a films division, which is the propaganda arm of the Indian government, film about housing, where these kinds of estates, we've seen so many of those over the past day that I'm not going to kind of talk too much about it. But effectively, these typologies, the model is here, which is ground and 2 stories. So it's a sort of cookie cutter, what you call coffins, of architecture that were there. And some of them were built in Dharavi, on the edges where the road meets the large slum. This is another one of them. They're very badly maintained, very badly built. They have little boats on their water tanks because the architect told me that, it's to symbolize the fact that when they get onto this housing, they'll kind of float away into another place. So it's a sort of denial of that, of that particular locality in its entirety. And that's the boat again. And then what happened in the 1990s, in the early 1990s, is that India went through this large privatization deal, where the market got involved with the provision of housing. And there were many attempts to kind of involve the private sector in the provision of housing by saying that the state just cannot do it. It just is incapable. It just cannot provide the amount of housing necessary. So instead what we'll do is we'll do this. This is from a film called Mohan Joshi Hazir Ho, where these are the evil developers' henchmen. And the guys who are living on that site get a house, a minimum house of 225 square feet. The developer gets twice that area that he can sell on the open market so that he makes a profit. So effectively the state says, we can't do anything. All we're going to do is facilitate the developers to make money. And it was a very simple sort of solution that they came up with. Except that both these buildings, in this image, both the buildings are there on the side. But in Bombay, these buildings actually happen one above another. So on the same plot, you get these huge spike-like buildings. And that was the plan that was used for Dharavi. So this is an architect, a New York-based architect, I was told, called Mukesh Mehta, who came up with what was called the Dharavi redevelopment proposal. And he literally just sold this to the government. And what he did was this. This is what he got paid lots and lots of money for. He took the whole community and divided it into 5 colors. Each of them is one sector. The plan was literally this much, that he said that each sector would be bid on by an international developer. International being the keyword. And they would then come, and that was it actually. That was the plan. I'm not joking, right? Because after that they had to come there, they had to do the surveys, they had to build the community groups, they had to then design the buildings, then they had to for the local community, and then they got extra FSI that they could sell. FSI is FAR, so just that they could sell then on the open market. And these are. And it went through some stages. So these were some of the proposals that came from developers. This is Norman Foster for Neptune Consultants, which basically looks like this. So it's a sort of, India Exotica, Slumdog Millionaire meets monsoon wedding sort of Diwali celebration. Yeah. But these are the sort of kind of spectacles that architects are involved in creating. Or this one where I love this, which says efficient, environment friendly, and economical. The designer's concept, Dharavi, the 3E city. And it's a sort of, so there's these, night view, lights on the streets, all kind of, fancy. But this is more like really the reality. This is another proposal given by the developers. This is by a group called India Bulls. And this is really what the reality is. I mean, forget, if you remove all the Photoshop from here, this is what you'll actually get. Which is effectively just it's a mathematics game. It's a mathematics game that very simply wants to say that we need to build so much so that the developer can make so much money. That's about it. And these are proposals that were then given. Oh God, you can't see them. But you get the idea. And you see examples, similar examples that have been built in Bombay. So it's not as if it's a big leap of imagination to see what they're going to be. You have buildings like this or this, huge buildings with literally just 3 meters gap in between them, because for slum rehab projects, the government decided that you did not need to follow minimum light and ventilation rules. What did that mean actually? I mean, really, what did that mean? That means that they are lesser human beings in some kind of strange way. So they literally have buildings that have been built like this close to each other, speaking of form. So obviously, this led to kind of many community-based organizations, research organizations that said that we need to kind of really protest this. And India, thankfully, is still democratic, though we don't know what's going to happen over the next few years. So we had, who started creating voices of resistance towards this sort of imagination of Dharavi. And this is from Herbs. Geeta is here. Herbs is an organization based in Mumbai and Goa. And this is, they started doing these sort of polemical drawings and images. This is one which kind of splices Tokyo and Dharavi. And it goes, and if you read the text, Dharavi doesn't need to be redesigned. The best of design cannot possibly do better when it comes to accommodating so many people in that precise location within the existing constraints. So now there was an almost, there's an argument here that is almost kind of an antithesis of what the state's argument is. That says that no, this is good, this is perfect. It doesn't need, nothing much needs to happen. So this is an image by them, that the same image. This is, so the question they ask you is which is Tokyo and which is Dharavi? And actually it's difficult to tell. Or this one where it's another kind of polemical. I don't know how many of you all have seen District 9. So what they do is they take the prawns from District 9 and then place them in Dharavi, just to talk about that kind of idea of seclusion. But you also have the organizations like this, which held a Dharavi Biennale. They just concluded around 2 weeks back, I think. And this was an attempt definitely to use art and culture as a way of transforming the imagination of Dharavi, not only within the city, but also within the local communities themselves. So they organized, theater and sculpture and art, and I guess crafts people from Dharavi were also involved in kind of creating these events. But I'm a teacher. So what I was really interested in as an architect, and as a teacher of architecture, how does the academic space begin to engage with this question of Dharavi? And we are very much a Bombay-based school, so we really want to look at our practice of teaching as something that's very rooted within that community. But before that, oh God, I'm really slow. Okay, I'll move faster. Okay. So, because these are some of the imaginations that have emerged about Dharavi from the academic space. This is from a school in Bombay. So this is a skyscraper that's there, or this one, which is the AA London, presented at the Venice Biennale 2006, which is that you build these 3 large towers and let, I don't know actually what they were meant for, but anyway, this is the proposal. Or you have this one, which is again the AA London, again at the Venice Biennale, where it says, we are not negating them. Let the people live in the slums their normal lives. What we are doing is making more housing available to the city through our mega type. And the mega type is a huge slab of a building that's floating right over the slum. You see this? Oh, oops, sorry. That's the slum down there and that's the building on top, right? Because the slum is seen as a place where all our architectural fantasies can come true, all our science fiction architectural fantasies at least. Or this one, which is SIAC, Los Angeles, which says submerge the slum to save not the city, the country. So I have no idea what that means either. So we have to really look at, okay, within all of this, what does the academic space do? How do we then begin to engage with these processes at all? And in the school, we have this organization that's called the Research and Design Cell. Now, the Research and Design Cell is a sort of research and professional body within the school. Okay, it's a sort of interface between the academy and the city. And Bombay doesn't have too many, let's say, research organizations concerning architecture. Our architectural research is kind of a strange, we don't know what that means. So we thought it's important to start creating that kind of space, at least as a sort of midway space. We've been working with governmental organizations and non-governmental organizations on many, many projects, documenting areas, working with community groups, etc., etc. So what had happened is that when the community groups of Dharavi got to know of our work, and when the Mukesh Mehta plan was presented to them, they then, through a coalition of community-based organizations, approached us to say, okay, we want you to do something about this, but we'll tell you what we want you to do. We don't want to present ourselves as being anti-development. because we want development. We don't want to live in a slum. But we want our voices to be heard, and we want to present the fact that we have a vision of development, and we want you to create that vision of development for us. So then we work with a variety of different organizations. And what we did is actually we have a fourth-year design studio and an urban design studio within the school, and we have the design cell. We took the fourth-year design studio and we turned it into the Dharavi studio. Fourth year, by the way, we have the bachelors of architecture, so undergraduate students, 22-year-olds, and send them out into into Dharavi to start documenting and mapping the area. And they created, you see that map, this map of communities, this map was created by them. So they kept walking around asking questions and developing what the boundaries are, what the communities are, etc. That then became the basis upon which we then developed a sort of master plan for the new road structure, etc. that could be done. Sorry. And then we had many community meetings, like community meetings where we presented presented to them their place in Dharavi, because they had never really seen themselves in the map, in the plan. And suddenly they're like, oh, there we are. And then suddenly their imagination of what part of the city they are in, what rights do they have, begins to change. And then and then through that process we arrived upon, and we did some design projects, some illustrative design projects for 6 different clusters within Dharavi. And this is one of them. I won't get into the details, but this is for Kumbharwada, which is the potter's colony. So we did studies of the way that the living and working relationship happens. We then this girl developed a sort of housing type that was trying to transform the imagination of what can be housing in Bombay, because the apartment type is seen as the automatic default for all housing. And this was then presented again to the community to say that, okay, we need your approval so that we can then go and present it to the state. So we created 6 such proposals. And then we started lobbying with everybody that we knew in the media. So our friends in the newspapers, our friends, and all the community groups and all the kinds of partners that we had. We created a sort of noise about the project. And through that noise, we got a meeting. And that man that you see in the center is Mukesh Mehta. And we then presented, and it's nice to have little 22-year-old cuties present their proposals against this guy on the other side. And I was like, they are presenting with such earnestness. So what happened is that entire kind of, the vibe in that space begins to change. Suddenly you have Mukesh Mehta being attacked by 22-year-olds, which was very nice to see. And then suddenly what happened because of that is that, and there was quite a bit of noise about it. Mukesh Mehta put the DRP put a newspaper article, there were all kinds of things that happened. But finally at the end of it, they said that, okay, we will now listen to you. I know, sorry, 2 minutes more. Just 2 more slides, okay. So with that, so then what happened is that they said that, okay, now we will listen to you. This is the last slide. So I just went to the last slide at least. And said that now we will listen to you, we will make you part of the expert committee. So then they took some of us and made us part of the expert committee that had to oversee the proposals from the developers, because the developer proposals were already there. And then we made copious notes and said, okay, this won't work, and we sent it out to them. After a while they said, yeah, we've taken a look at all your proposals, but I'm sorry, we can't make any changes, you see. At that point we then had to kind of resign very kind of, how should I put it, in the newspapers basically. So that then again there was a sort of lull in proceedings, and then the financial crisis hit. Once the financial crisis hit, all the developers that were so interested in redeveloping Dharavi all ran away. So since then we've been working with local communities themselves to start looking at possibilities for self-redevelopment using the same model of the government. I think that should be it. Thank you so much. Yeah. Although there is this, oh sorry.
I'm just wondering the academy slides that you should when you give a lecture at the AA. Okay, so I would like to call everyone back. And Gita is joining us. Gita Mehta is the adjunct professor at GSAPP, Urban Design Department, and she has taught in Japan, India, China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and India. She has served as president of the AIA in Japan, and she's co-founder of URBS, a think tank which is settled in Mumbai. She has a PhD of Tokyo and an MS at GSAPP.
Thank you. Since I'm the last speaker of this part of the program today, I'm going to start with thanking everyone on our panel as well as all the other panels. And I want to actually go back to Amal's initial introduction with a little bit of historic background. And I want to say that actually right now in this moment, we are in a very special moment in history. Because if you look at the time of modernism right after the war, there was so much optimism that architecture was going to solve all the problems of the world. Everybody will have fresh air and sunlight, and everybody will live happily ever after. So that continued, the enthusiasm continued through 60s. By 70s, people were beginning to know that that's not going to work. You know, the Vietnam War and so on happened, and postmodernism. So then, I think in the late 80s and 90s, people began to say, okay, now the problem of slums or informal settlements is so huge that we are not going to be able to solve it. Let's look at it in other ways. And I think by the end of the last century, pretty much everybody had sort of bought into the argument that relocating people is not that smart an idea, although it continued to happen in many countries, including India and China. But more or less people had understood. And I know this from talking to many bureaucrats, and when Indian bureaucrats begin to say that, you know that the message is getting home. So that was encouraging. So now, where are we? We are at the moment that we have to think about what comes next, right? How do we then tackle? So it's not big towers in the park, although that's what keeps getting built. And we have to ask, many of you mentioned, that is, you know, what the government does, for example, in Mexico, right? So the question is, why do towers in the park still happen? Because that's the quickest, cheapest way to build and get out of that place. And in India, the developers are walking home with 400% profit sometimes, which is unbelievable, but it's happening because they take farmland, urbanize it, and build those towers and get out of there. And they don't have to finance because they pre-sell these things because the shortage of housing is so severe. So the moment now is, where do we go now and what are the new ideas? And I think that it's a very optimistic conference from that point of view because so many of the speakers have proposed very good strategies and you know, good directions that we can work on. So that's very good. Coming back to the panel today, I think what our panel, I think it came very clearly that housing is not just about the house, it's about the city. It's about the public space, it's about the public realm, and it's about social capital. My particular bias and research is about social capital, that cities are about social capital, not just about money. And money can be useful, but we have to manipulate it. But social capital has to be the top priority in what we do. So I think many of you talked about, you know, creating, like in Cairo, the public spaces that you talked about. I think that's really powerful ways to deal with the city. And Rohan talked about the concept of, you know, what does that new development do to the community? And Tatiana talked very eloquently about the city. It's not about, you know, just housing what you called coffins, but actually about the city. So I think that those are very, very important things that we need to think about. And I just want to say that, you know, the one reason why these towers keep getting built, I want to give you an example of an organization in Chennai that I had worked for quite some time. This was actually in a slum area, and there was a group that of you know, young boys and girls that played soccer. And so we introduced our idea of social capital credits in that slum. So children were also doing other social good to protect the urban commons, and they were earning this community currency we call socks. And then they could spend it on school fees or healthcare or skill upgradation. So which is something that my organization is doing in Costa Rica, Ghana, Kenya, and India. But then what happened, a developer comes along and the developer says, oh, you are in a slum, I can bulldoze it, I can put a really nice tall building, and you will all have free apartments, because then there will be for-profit housing built next to it. And so these people came to us and they said, look, this is such a great option we have. And we said, no, don't do that tower in the park. But they said, all our people are so excited because this is so powerful. This big, tall building looks very impressive. And I think that's where the politicians buy into it, and the developers, of course, know that there's money at the end of it. But I think the challenge for us urbanists and architects is that what are the images that we are producing, what are the designs we are producing that are equally powerful, so that they can, be given to communities like in Dharavi or in this place I'm talking about. So I think we need to kind of catch up to that work, and we need to really begin to produce and prove very sustainable, powerful alternatives to what is happening. So I think that this conversation was about form. Sometimes, not improving too much is also part of the strategy. So keeping the form as it is, like in Dharavi, it's a strategy. Because if you improve it too quickly, you will outmarket yourself. So I think that that's something also to think about. And I think at the end of the day, we have to also think that one of the problems in thinking about informal communities is that we are thinking about them as will last forever, which is why at URBS we particularly try to splice images of Tokyo and Dharavi, or because particularly in Tokyo, so many things that were slums actually have become some of the nicest neighborhoods because the government didn't have money at that time to bulldoze them, but they went in and provided infrastructure. And once people had the infrastructure, they slowly improved their homes, and those are now very nice neighborhoods. So I invite everybody to think about the situation of informal communities and slums as in a temporal way. In a way that, so there are certain needs, of course there are, but then how can we do people-generated, user-generated solutions, particularly incremental homes. And at URBS, we really like to say that if you want to solve the problem of housing, it has to be solved by the people, preferably built by the people. Because, the solutions cannot come from a prefab factory or from a really top-down sort of thing. So ideally, it should be top-down and bottom-up, but at least top-down is super important. So I want to now invite our panelists to respond particularly to the idea of, housing is not just about the house, it's about the city, it's about the public realm. So maybe we can start with that. And Omar, would you like to?
Okay.
You have the wrong.
I have the wrong title, okay. All right, I'm not going to respond to housing in particular, but maybe your earlier suggestions. And I'm going to sort of play the devil's advocate here, because what we've been experiencing in Cairo and now the whole region now is imploding, and the state is some states are completely in disarray, and you see the rise of alternative modes of governance, and some of them are not very pretty, they're violent, and even in the public space in Cairo, during the time when the state was very weak and there was no security, the street was not really that progressive. So the fact that you leave things to the people to decide is not necessarily something progressive or radical. And so you need to really develop alternative form of public. And in time of this turmoil, you have to really be, to me, we had to be very careful not to romanticize that, the state is no longer there, so therefore everything is going to be okay, because people know what they need, want what they do what they need or what they want. But in fact, what happened in the street becomes, like a side for the most powerful groups to rule. So you feel, you see like women are excluded, elderly people are excluded, cultural minorities are excluded. So it's really a very peculiar time when you need to articulate your position in this kind of moment when there is a breakdown of a normative order. So how could you sort of, with which group would you work? How would you align yourself if the state is not there? And I think that's some of the project that the struggle we've been having. We had some project we didn't show where we work with local community to build, a community park and all the sort of classic kind of stories of people reclaiming land and, having a dream park, and we work with them. And once the state was back, all these dreams kind of evaporated. So I think there's one of the things I've been hearing today all over, like the very fine line between, recognizing and acknowledging the power of informality and the resources that they have, yet without romanticizing and falling into this conservative neoliberal position. And I think that's some of the things I would like to add. Yeah.
Well, obviously, I also agree that we have to empower the bottom-up in order to help to upgrade these settlements. But in the same time, when you're involved in upgrading, you also see how tough it is. How tough? Well, first of all, to mobilize the people, it's a lot of work. First of all, and you need a lot of specialists to do so. And second, you need a lot of technicians to provide the infrastructure. And I know, very good examples, successful examples, but I only know very few examples. And it seems to me, first of all, we need a new discipline, maybe schools that are only focused on that. We need, it is really a special expertise that we need, and it's a huge task also to be fulfilled. So we shouldn't underestimate, that. And in the same time, if we look at the situation in Brazil, for example, they detected a housing deficit of 6 million units. This is quite a lot. How would you achieve that? I believe it would be the best to spend energy and investment in growing cities, not to provide them just at once, according to the, modernist model or according to the model of the construction industry, but to see how neighborhoods can grow. But all that, I think, is a really big challenge. So far, in order to achieve big numbers, governments work with big construction industries, and I don't know if we can imagine something that would provide the solution right now. Probably we cannot ignore the fact that housing for the masses or housing for the majority will produce with big construction industries. So I think one thing is to really support the bottom-up, super important task. But what are we doing now with these market models? And we see that architects lost completely the connection to these market models, and we have to recuperate authority and expertise actually on both sides, I think.
Well, it seems that more or less we will all agree that there are lots of questions that should be learned in how to incorporate these procedures from informal areas within our own practice when we deal either with a slum, either if we deal with new housing that has been built like you have just shown. But, when we think about this, I think this is also an opportunity to try to move this from this context of the housing the majority, let's say from the inequality part of the housing, but how can we reframe our own profession not only in this circle, but how can that reframe our profession into our context? What I mean is that those lessons that we are talking about learning here, are they valid for other contexts that we operate as an architect? Then the question of specificity is also a little bit dangerous, because every program an architect designs is a specific program. They are very different. They deal in different ways with, let's say, with the social awareness, but they are specific. So my question for you is, you have been working with this. Some of you have been practicing with this. What could you learn from that also would benefit the thought of architecture, expanding this to the architecture as a whole?
That's a tough question, but I'd like to kind of just reclaim architecture as a place of imagination in that sense. Is that especially when it comes to housing, and it becomes, everything becomes very, very grave and serious as it is. But there is a sort of ability for architecture and architectural images, especially as like cinema, I like that kind of term that Gayatri Spivak used, non-coercively rearranged desire. And that was I was like, wow, how did she manage that phrase? Right? There's a way in which that kind of, and I think in the academic space, because my paycheck doesn't necessarily depend on building, okay? it gives us that kind of space for us to start really engaging with communities and engaging with that act of architecture, of the non-coercively rearrangement of desires and aspirations. And I think that is a kind of, very often when we are talking to each other, we are very often kind of talking in terms that we understand, that we talk to each other with. And the architectural representation, the drawing, and the spectacle of the drawing becomes a part of that kind of discourse. And I think there's also important kind of need for us to rearrange the method of representation as well. And I thought that, the conversation on representation was really attempting to kind of unpack all of those different ways out. So I think that if we keep ourselves, let's say, I don't know whether I'm answering your question, which is how do we learn from this for our own kind of location. But I thought today, for example, I saw many different approaches, many different kinds of negotiations that were dealing with their own contexts and their own kinds of positions in their practices. And I'm not sure that the learning has to be so kind of parallel. He's doing something in Cairo that I can learn from directly. I don't think it would be like that. I think what you're learning is a sort of way of seeing your position, and a sort of like a philosophical, if you want to put it in something, underpinning to the way that you're dealing with the idea of rights to life, to housing, to livelihood, and to the city, I guess. Is this vague enough? Yeah.
For me, I'm very happy to hear that you were optimistic and very happy about the end of this day. But I actually, the day passed by, I was sadder and sadder because I felt like if we were like firefighters in September 2001, like being able to do nothing, because I think the source of the problem is enormous. I mean, the source of the problem is that we're living in this capitalist world, that capitalism is just going to get more exacerbated every year. And this creates the circle we are living in of producing, of making people poorer, and in the other hand, less people richer. And this circle, it's just going to be bigger. So if we don't break this circle, which I don't know how, then the architects, I think we're left to be like firefighters with a really huge problem that it's really unsolvable. Obviously, I am very optimistic normally, and because obviously that's not what I think when I work. I work because I think that if little by little we all do something, we could probably achieve something greater, no? But I would like to. I like your idea of creating a new profession that would specialize in trying to create the solution for these environments or for these places. I think this is a great idea. I think we architects don't have the tools, or maybe making a sum of different professions to create groups that really work together. That there are many, but they need much many. As you said, they're very excellent examples, but very few. Why don't we can create much more examples of that by putting forces together, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk about learning from informality, and in Cairo, I mean, we talked about there was this period where there was the possibility of doing so much, and where, as a practice, we were spending a lot of our time just documenting the informal activity that was taking place and asking ourselves, how can we learn from this? And then suddenly the context changed radically. And so for us who are interested in working in public space, we suddenly had to sort of repackage what we were doing. And so sometimes uncomfortably align ourselves with the current government, because in order to work in public space now we need the permits all of a sudden, and we had to go, and even though our objective may be we want a more diverse, inclusive public space, we would go with our plans, and sometimes we would actually redo our renderings just to try and tell them a different story and say, here, we can assist you with your beautification of downtown. And there's a certain whitewashing that's going on downtown right now, just in order to be able to proceed with our work and to not have to just stop in our tracks and say, well, this is no longer possible. So learning from informality, I think it's also...
Adaptive.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to actually go back to Tatiana's comment and insist on closing this conference on an optimistic note. But I want to say that, United States is perhaps a very good example of something that's happening around the world, is that income disparities are increasing, right? Neoliberalism, I mean, this is the playground, this is where it is. But the truth is that it's, the inequalities are about what they were in 1950s. And then US did turn a corner. From 1950s, there were many more, the government sort of, the policies changed and many more positive things were put in place so that the people at the bottom of the pyramid could begin to get a better education, housing, and come out of poverty. And then in, for example, 70s, United States was a very relative, well, 70s already was starting to crumble, but end of 60s, early 70s, it was very good situation. Now, since 80s, it has again started to divide. The social inequities are growing. So I want to just look at history and think that, no, this cannot go on. And I think as architects who really very closely deal with the physical situation and the physical situation in informal communities, and so we know this, we feel it very deeply, and I think it is in some ways our responsibility to articulate that with the power of representation that we have, to make movies, to images, architecture. So we have the, some sort of, how can I say, power to actually contribute to that. So I remain optimistic, and I thank everyone very much for this wonderful dialogue. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Are you serious?
Don't leave. Stay, please stay, sit down. This will be great. Almost there. All right, should we start? Okay. Well, first of all, thanks everyone for an amazing day and also hanging in there with us. But now is the really fantastic keynote lecture, and I'm really excited to introduce David Sims tonight, who's joining us from Cairo. In many ways, this closing keynote is not only a perfect way to end the day, but also a way for this year's Symposia series to come full circle. Last semester, we hosted a conference entitled Architecture and Representation in the Arab City, and we're pleased to have Laila Aboulohod with us to celebrate the work of her late mother, Janet Aboulohod, a groundbreaking scholar and planner who first deconstructed many of the myths of the so-called traditional Islamic city, and an author of the classic source on Cairo's urban and sociological history, Cairo, 1001 Years of the City Victorious, published in 1971. Laila announced the donation of her mother's personal book collection to GSAPP Studio X in Amman and the Columbia Global Centers, and shared with us some passages of her memoir. For Janet Aboulohod, Laila said, "Cities were living, they were for living in, and people made cities." We also learned of Janet Aboulohod's excitement when David Sims asked if she would write the foreword to his book, Understanding Cairo, The Logic of the City Out of Control. I quote, "She loved his socio-spatial approach. She was delighted with the maps and statistics which she loved, and she especially endorsed his political economic analysis of the city's growth." Janet Aboulohod saw herself in the lineage of Marcel Clerget, author of Le Caire, Études de géographie urbaine et d'histoire économique, published in 1934, and thought of David's brilliant work and thinking as carrying this lineage forward. Published by AUC Press in 2011, Understanding Cairo, The Logic of a City Out of Control, immediately became a classic source to understand the Egyptian capital's evolution from the 1950s until present day, providing an alternate lens through which to read the life of the fascinating megapolis. No longer situating the city's ails, endless traffic gridlocks, insufficient public transportation, inadequate higher education, rising unemployment, and scarce affordable housing, to name but a few, as resulting from the uncontrollable growth of the informal city, Sims demonstrates instead that this informal city in fact houses, quote, "the very people who are not destroying the city, which is the mass of people who don't own cars and who are just trying to get along and are perceived to have peasant roots." With an invitation to resist the temptation to formalize the informal, Sims offers us instead a new appreciation for this city of 20 million people's astonishing ability not only to function, but to function quite well. In his more recent book, Egypt's Desert Dreams, Development or Disaster, forwarded by Tim Mitchell, who's here tonight, Sims critically examines Egypt's obsession with developing its desert, with tabula rasa fantasies of new cities, new farms, new tourism resorts, and new development resorts as well, analyzing the failures of governmental schemes while exposing the main winners of Egypt's desert projects. Sims holds a degree in economics from Yale University and an urban planning degree from Harvard's Graduate School of Design. Since 1972, he has been working as an expert consultant in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, leading the development of national housing strategies and reviews in Nepal, Jordan, Tunisia, Vietnam, Yemen, South Sudan, and Egypt. He is currently preparing the Egypt housing sector profile for UN Habitat, focusing on housing policies in Egypt in recent years, and in particular since the 2011 revolution, and relating the long history of social housing in the country to the current real estate crisis and to the explosive rise of informal development. Tonight, as David dissects the matrix of agents, interests, and factors shaping the production of housing, and more specifically affordable housing in developing country, David will leave us with the polemically charged title of his talk, Housing the Majority or Leaving the Majority to House Themselves. Welcome, David.
I'm really sorry that this is at the end of the day, where I'm sure you're all ready. You want to go home and have a drink. Anyway, thanks for the introduction. Thanks for having me here. I'll try to be quick. So I'm going to get make sure I got time-wise. Before I start, what I'm talking about is basically Egypt and only Egypt. Can you hear me? This is, I've really loved this conference because it shows that the world is large and informality is even larger. And so it's been really great to see that we have specifics from a wide number of countries, and that it enriches what I'm going to say. Before that, to plug my book, Understanding Cairo, specifically Chapter 4, because I spent a good bit of time trying to describe the informal housing processes and informal development in Cairo, because it's a bit different from a lot of what we've seen. Egypt produces very structurally sound and large buildings by themselves. Unfortunately, right now it's gotten so bad, or so amazing, that we're getting 15 and 20-story one-off towers. But anyway, I'd also say that there's a chapter, I think it's chapter 6, on housing. These are background, and then as I go along, you'll see that Egypt's Desert Dream takes up another side of the whole story, which is the nature of rampant real estate speculation. And the word speculation came up quite a bit today. And what do these new spaces mean? Because Egypt has lots of desert and is going pell-mell ahead at trying to design it and fill it all up. And most recently with the new capital city of Cairo, or it's not called Cairo, they don't have a name yet. There's a Twitter competition to name it. But anyway, it's the new administrative capital. This conference is supposed to take up conversations, unpack, and develop new narratives that go beyond the traditional approaches to understanding reality, such as quantitative reality. Well, I'm going to stick to the traditional approaches, call it the mainstream, whatever you want, because that's where, and I'm very glad that that there were several people who mentioned producing housing and the various methods of producing housing and the problems, because what I found was to me, it's really a problem of housing production, and for whom. There are innumerous communities that already exist, and they can be called slums. And what are slums? And what are the subaltern politics, space, agency, voice, and representation? That's for existing areas. But what about the new ones? The statistics are staggering. Urbanization may have peaked in some developing countries. For example, I think Brazil can't get much more urban, but it can. As a matter of fact, they all can. It's such a phenomenon that what we see today is going to be either replicated or not over at least the next 40 or 50 years. So I'm looking at housing production or housing supply. And I'll first look at the efforts at producing that housing, which are called formal of one sort or another. And I will point out that in my view, there's almost a willful lack of understanding about housing processes. And when there are some insights are gained, these are ignored unless they fit someone's paradigm. And also, where the results of these efforts are seriously, of these formalized, call it the mainstream efforts, are seriously and consistently deficient in their own terms and by their own metrics. I will then look at the phenomenon of informal housing and how it fits in as a possible one of the solutions to this need to produce a lot of housing and a lot of affordable housing. So, I was very glad to hear about what's going on in Luanda, but again, that's looking at one site. Think about Angola. Their cities must be growing at what percent per year? 5, 10? Outrageous numbers of new people now. Where are they going? Anyway, that's the subject. So, as I said, I'm going to focus on Egypt and other Arab countries in particular because it's very hard to generalize in this subject. First of all, housing has rarely occupied a preeminent position in the development discourse. Mainline subjects which are usually poverty and poverty alleviation, and then health, education, infrastructure, industry, you name it, and urban development. In other words, it's the poor cousin. Even urban development is a poor cousin in the development field. Okay, you can say that urban development includes power stations and sewage treatment plants, which the large development banks love to fund, but that's not what we're talking about. Anyway, housing is also rather schizophrenic for economists because is it a consumption good? Is it a productive investment? Or some mix of the two? In other words, the global somebody mentioned the global urban development establishment. Well, that's what I'm talking about, but I'm talking about more specifically the global affordable housing establishment. Okay, global. It always involves national governments or a host country on one side, and then there's the foreign side. On the national side, or the host side, there are national governments and their ministries and their specialized agencies and sometimes banks and others. Then there are what I call the fellow travelers. Those are contractors, architects, engineers, and quite a few links to local universities. And then the private developer and what I call the real estate troops, which are property agents, mortgage banks, appraisers, you name it. It has its own momentum. Then there's also civil society, of which some are here. And the ones that are here are mostly the oppositional activists. But there's another kind of NGO, shall we call it, in these countries, and that's those that have tended to be co-opted and fit within the government box. And they include NGOs that will go into an area and say they're developing it. Egypt's had lots of experience of that in the past, as in the Future Foundation and others. Anyway, on the foreign side, we have the multilateral and bilateral donors. They're the big movers of this because they're the ones who actually provide most of the money. Not many are involved in housing or even urban development. Their instruments are tied or untied grants. That's quite a bit. Tied or untied loans are the biggest one. Then there's technical assistance, a wonderful word. And another one is capacity building. And you add them all together, and it's rather an attractive thing for who? The donor groupies. These are service NGOs. That means usually international NGOs who get contracts from the World Bank and USAID and others. Then there are consulting firms for whom I've worked. And there are specialized private firms, such as the Urban Institute in Washington, Affordable Housing in Boston, and then semi-academic ones, but also consultants, as in IHS in Rotterdam and DPU in London, and others and others. And I would point out that the line between consultants and universities is getting rather blurred here. As a matter of fact, many universities are also acting as consultants, either directly or they encourage their staff or their professors to take on consultancies, because then it just is a much better cash flow situation. Okay, so that sets the scene. National housing policies tend to be a preoccupation of the donor. I have never heard of a national housing policy document being produced without donor support. I might be wrong. Please correct me. And they're nice statements, nice approaches, and nice advice. You know, starts off with general objective. The overall goal is for all citizens to have access to affordable and decent housing. Decent comes up a lot, never defined. In convenient locations, sometimes with emphasis on housing those who cannot afford to house themselves. Usually these housing policy documents have a time frame of 15 to 25 years, and that's how you generate these numbers of housing need. There's a gap of 7 million, or 2 million, or 5 million, or 500,000 a year. Basically, they don't really mean much, because they're very good for donors and the national governments to justify one program or another. Also, you always have to talk about how housing contributes to economic development and social welfare and creates employment. One nice package of advice is to make formal housing more accessible and affordable. So usually advice is given on, well, your standards are too high. Your setbacks, plot sizes, street widths, densities, everything is too high. Also they usually say, oh, subsidies should only be used when really necessary and only if they can be targeted to those in need. It's hard enough to target subsidized housing programs in countries like the United States, and in most developing countries, it's a mess. And anyway, I'll get to that. Anyway, this advice is largely ignored, and there are usually not of interest to host governments who have other agendas, but the need for a coherent policy, this word is used all the time, coherent policy framework is a donor preoccupation. And of course, in the process of developing these strategies or policies, donors call for a large dose of stakeholder consultation, which is mainly window dressing. Anyway, these strategies seem to have little effect, at least in my experience, although Miriam Ababza corrects me. I worked on the Jordan housing strategy in the late 80s, and it turns out they actually adopted some of the recommendations. Of course, the ones they adopted were the ones that everybody loves. Basically, a mortgage system. I'll get on to that one. In some cases, housing policy documents have been made and got lost. That's the case of Yemen, written by UN Habitat in 1995, and by 2008, nobody could find it. Anyway, what are the main instruments? The biggest is social housing programs, massive programs. Egypt alone has built 3 million units, heavily subsidized by the state. Usually, and I'm so glad to hear that there are the same problems elsewhere. Minha Casa, Minha Vida in Brazil, the King's Initiative in Jordan, the Workers' Bank and private developers in Mexico. It could go on and on and on. But usually the design is terrible. I mean, you guys are architects. How does this happen? Do you see that? You know, where's the fine touch here? In Egypt, it's just walk up walk up ground +5, ground +6. Used to be ground +3, but now it's ground +6. Horrible places, sterile. They don't even go with the topography. Anyway, that's these, let's call it social housing programs. That's the main thing. And they're usually built in Egypt. They're always built on state land, which means it's free, which means it's in the desert, and it means it's a long way away. And that is one of the things that kills it. There is also cooperative housing, which was a big thing and continues to be quite important in places like Germany and Switzerland, but has rarely been used in Arab countries. It is a big activity in Egypt, but it's really just state housing, in other words, and it's for the middle class. Right now they're going for 120 square meter flats, and it's heavily subsidized. Anyway, another thing is mortgage-backed finance schemes, usually with subsidies, and these usually are linked to the social housing programs, even though in the rhetoric, oh no, this is demand side. Demand side means that you can go and get this loan, and you can go out and find whatever units you can find at the right price. Usually you can't find them at the right price, and they don't have title. So in effect, it's always supply side. It's a system that helps people to access government programs, almost inevitably. Oh, and they can never be used for informal housing because the title's lacking. You need that, you know. There's also rental housing has not been used very much in Egypt at all. Disastrous one, Ula Baraya, the last one, and it has never used, but some countries have flirted with the idea of housing on subsidies, rental subsidies on the demand side, and this in most of the housing strategies is what we always use for the bottom 20th percentile, who can never afford to acquire a house. So instead, the idea is to give them rental vouchers or something like that, which you can never, no one really uses because everybody knows it's going to be completely, the corruption is such that it won't work. All right. So we might point out that all of these instruments, in one form or another, are either direct adaptation of Western models or they have evolved from Western models. And this allows this classical catching up where it's a kind of self-edifying reinforcement of the superior Western model, a superiority that is all too common in development schemes and justifies spending a lot of money and a lot of people sitting here in the West advising these other countries. And it really, the more I see it, the more I find it's in the image of the West. Housing finance systems, mortgage finance, or the financialization. This has been the most popular single method of supporting housing production in developing countries that I know of. It commits a lot of money because you can right away do some deal with the local banks, and you can come up with these massive amounts of money can be moved as loans from donors. The World Bank loves it, AfD loves it, even the European Investment Bank loves it. I mean, they all love it. It's a good one. Second, it allows a wonderful chance to mobilize the Western banking sector and all their fellow travelers. In fact, dispersing loans for mortgage becomes an end in itself. USA jumped into it in a large way in Egypt in mid-2005 or so, and managed to spend $48 million of technical assistance to streamline the mortgage process, set up more institutions, send judges on study tour, the whole thing. It has disappeared. Any results? And these mortgage systems almost never help really poor families, rarely get below what they call the 40th percentile, First of all, it requires bankable borrowers. Well, since in Egypt anyway, half of all families don't have a salaried job, but have businesses and do other things, they can't qualify. And the burden of high interest rates in Egypt, the interest rate unsubsidized requires you to probably pay 3 times to 4 times what the unit costs over 20 years. And it also assumes that there's no cultural or religious aversion to debt, but it creates a whole white-collar industry. And that's what many people find very sexy. The targeting problem is outrageous, and all these systems depend that you can find some sort of eligibility system that sifts out the non-deserving. That assumes rational bureaucracies, immune to favoritism and corruption. Oops, there's a problem. It is hard enough to do this in the West and well nigh impossible in the East. And the result is the capture of benefits by those connected, usually middle class. And even the housing types tend to be middle class. What's the middle class? That's a big problem. I've heard this. Almost everybody used the word. Well, let's see. Who is in the middle class in Egypt? Between the 25th and the 75th percentile, this is recent stuff, that means a household income per month of between $220 and $280. You can't get very far with that. That is half the population, half the households in urban Egypt. We're not even talking about the rest. It's another way to look at it, and I prefer this one, is to look at it, who owns a car? Now, I think you would all agree that a pucka middle-class family should have a car, and preferably a modern one. In Egypt, it is, according to the latest statistics, which were only last year, 6.3% of households in Egypt own a car. Any car. And a lot of those are clunkers. So, I don't know. That means, at best, there's 1.1 million families in Egypt who can enter into what has become the main mode of formal housing production. How about the others? I think, Geeta, you mentioned in India it's roughly the same. No, it's tiny. So much for public transport. Okay. Where does informality fit into this gloomy picture? Well, starting with John Turner, bless his heart, in the 1960s, it slowly dawned on specialists, especially in universities, that the developing world was producing a new dynamic, which was riding on and even creating headlong urbanization, never seen in the West. As far as I know, no one's been able to uncover serious informal housing in the West. There was tenement housing, there was all sorts of things, but not what we see as a totally new world. So it was the miracle of people building affordable housing by themselves, and it took the donor world by storm, especially the World Bank went wild on it. And as Miriam mentions, in the 80s, sites and services had even come to Jordan, and it was the way. There were several attempts in Egypt. They mostly crashed terribly, except for Ismailia, and if I have time, I'll get back to that because it was the one, I worked on it, but it was the one that it was the exception that proved the rule. It was great, and we were talking about if you can harness the informal dynamic and guide it towards creating legal neighborhoods for poor and moderate families, small entrepreneurs, you can progressively create affordable and appropriate housing at little cost to the state. Wonderful. Okay, studies showed that self-built construction was at least 30 to 40% cheaper than contractor-built construction, and even more if you used sweat equity. That the households were actually increasing their income in order to build their houses. It gave incentive. Not only that, a lot of what they built was either resold or rented out, increasing their income and also increasing the supply of affordable housing on the market. Also, it provided, since there's no rules or no segregated land use, it created a lot of informal businesses and enterprises, cohesive neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, it really did pretty much what a lot of people are talking about here. Unfortunately, because it wasn't controlled, zero lot building, narrow streets, terrible light and ventilation. Let's just point that out. So what happened? It was very unsuccessful for three main reasons. First, if the donors came in, and I'm talking here about the World Bank, they finance and technical advice, lots of it. There had to be rules, lots of rules. Setbacks, wide street mortgage financing, building regulations, building permits, fire truck. I remember these discussions about how you had to have wide streets for police access, right? They became real projects. And by the way, usually, oh no, you can't have a shop here, only in the designated areas. So they became real projects which not only were alien from the surrounding urban fabrics, but they killed the dynamic. Second reason, where they were located, if they were located in anywhere that was actually a good location, i.e. near the city center or the agglomeration or on one of the development corridors, they were raided by the middle classes or upper classes or by developers. And in effect, they tended to be shoved out so far away, as we saw around Mexico. I think it's like 60 to 80 kilometers, some of these things that we saw. So you can't make a life out of that. It's certainly not if they're designed the way we saw. So, third, and most revealing, most of those in host governments never bought into the idea. To them, this was inimical to the modernist ethic and seemed almost like a foreign plot to keep these countries backward, chaotic, and unmodern. At the time, I remember the question was frequently asked, well, do you have informal housing in Europe? Do you have informal housing in America? No. Oh, see? I got time for this one. In 1984 and 85, there was a large World Bank study that was supposed to lead to a loan to create neighborhoods on the close-in desert periphery of Cairo, targeting 500,000 people. And I worked on that. We did a lot of work, had all sorts of ideas, it was small plots. How could we do this? How to avoid speculation, because the poor speculate too. And in the end, we thought we did a pretty good job. We presented it to the governor of Cairo, Yusuf Sabri Abul Talib. He went, what? You're creating slums. Not on my watch. He was a general. But to him, housing had to be, it was very simple. We said, but no, we have streets. Can't you see the streets? He says, yeah, but you mean one person's going to be able to build one story and another one 3? No. He wanted this marching idea. He's a real Corbusier guy. So that didn't work. All right. Sites and service schemes have basically petered out, except in Egypt, always late on the uptake, with the huge, badly designed, badly located, overly bureaucratic, and disastrous Ibn Baytak program between 2006 and 2011, which has created 89,000 plots, all in the new towns, so far away from anything that no one wants to live there. And as far as I know, today, not a single person lives in them. A lot were built. They were subsidized, too, heavily. All right. Then, does that mean that urban upgrading is the only way? Because formal systems don't work. Trying to formalize and capture the informal dynamic doesn't work. So let it go, and then come in and upgrade. Right? Not so bad, huh? As a matter of fact, that seems to be the only solution. Unfortunately, that's not working. At least in Egypt. Now, Tunisia has had the most by far the most success. The Agence urbaine, Agence de réhabilitation et revitalisation urbaine, has been quite successful in taking neighborhoods that were by these lotisseurs clandestins. They come in and it's actually quite successful, although it turns out there's always more to do. But in Egypt, NGO upgrading efforts have been small, precious, and just far too small for the scale. Somebody recently estimated that the Egyptian government is spending 25 times as much of their budget on new towns as it does on improving and upgrading both informal and popular urban areas, degraded urban areas. That means, since there's 1 million people in the new towns and at least 30 million people in the informal areas, on a per capita terms, there's a gap of 750 times. That's where their priority is. All that has been said and all that has been written and all that has been promoted as part of a narrative seems to have had absolutely no effect. And I will add, here we have Mustafa Madbouli. Now, he is a Cairo University, I think. But he went the track of, the sort of donor track. He went to IHS, got exposed to all the good ideas. He was at UTI, that was Dutch financed. He was the head of UTI. Then he moved over to the General Organization for Physical Planning, which is in, and he survived the military junta. He survived Morsi, and then, whoops, all of a sudden, he became the Minister of Housing. And he is the biggest cheerleader and the biggest promoter and the actual driving force now behind more and more new towns, more neoliberal development, especially Gulf investment in the new towns. And he proudly announced 3 weeks ago the new administrative capital for Egypt. So here's a case of a guy who really knows. I mean, it's not like he's a military general or something who doesn't know. No, he was exposed to he was on the right path. But when it came back to it and it came to power, boom, he knew he knew what to say. Let's put it that way. Okay. Urban informality, at least in Egypt and in Tunisia, has exploded since we don't even call it a revolution anymore. Uprising, 2011. It was already producing probably 80% of housing in Greater Cairo and probably 50-60% throughout urban Egypt. And who knows now? It's just gone berserk. Even in Tunisia, which had been more or less under control, the latest estimates are that between 45 and 50% of all housing created in the last 3 years is informal, extra legal, illegal, whatever you want to call it. So it's there. Now, it would be interesting to try to find out what's going on in Syria, Yemen, and Libya, which have completely collapsed. But I bet even with all that going on, informality is very strong there. It's in the work government. So, at the same time, as far as I know, no Arab government has ever relaxed their standards, their building standards at all. They've made them worse. And in Tunisia, the CATU, the Code d'Aménagement du Territoire Urbain, was written, and that's the Bible, in 1994, and it has not changed. They've actually made it worse. In Egypt, they had the 1976 building code, and then they made it worse in 2008, more strict. See? So we have a divergence here, which is even getting worse and worse. Now, why? It seems that there are these guardians of purity and order that have successfully defended and preserved these high standards and even increased them. There's some reason for all this. And that can be seen in the new towns in Egypt where the standards are even higher than what is allowed by law, and the land use segregation is more strict, and the densities are even lower. This is in a desert climate, by the way. And so I think this is the real problem, and that is negative attitudes of government technocrats, professionals, elites in the real estate sector. That includes investment firms, architects, local architects, not the people here, engineers, military officers, etc., that just can't handle not only informality, but have this high modernist, James Scott type approach to things. It's not like it's going away, it's getting worse. I'm glad to see that Yasser Adnan showed that it's there in Istanbul too, and how, their goal, I don't know what he didn't say what their sort of ultimate idea of purity and progress is, but I bet it's Dubai. Anyway, the negation of informality is extremely ingrained. It's not easy. It's the converse of modernity. And it has no place in a national project of progress. I'm sorry. Don't forget, informality challenges the livelihoods of certain segments of the modern economy. Any informal housing production process bypasses real estate brokers, developers, contractors, architects, consulting engineers, and banks. In other words, there are no overheads or rents to be gained out of this process. So maybe in the back of their minds, they're going, well, we don't want this to work because these people can actually do it themselves. And more than this, informal housing challenges the legitimacy of the state. How can a government accept that a huge and growing sector of the economy and its cities is out of control? Like I said, high modernism gone berserk. These attitudes explain the purely surface treatment of informality. And why bother understanding the phenomenon since it's not part of the solution? This is one of the reasons why we know very little about informal housing processes in Egypt. So, in conclusion, there we go. Informality just doesn't fit in the concept of the modern state. And these high modern attitudes in Arab countries are so pervasive that formalizing informality has never really been given a chance. And it has been dropped from the vocabulary. And it was good to see that, well, it's interesting that in Mumbai, they're looking at Shanghai. I've been working in Vietnam, they're looking at Singapore. You see, the Vietnamese wouldn't look at Shanghai because that's Chinese, and they don't get along. And where does the Arab world look? Dubai, without a doubt. And this is quite strong. The high modernist attitudes will accept other solutions, especially if there are donors to pay for them. Mortgage financing, rental subsidies, which imitate Western models and are clothed in the neoliberal financial sector cloud. Since prerequisites for these systems to work and reach the intended cannot be found, i.e. no targeting and rating and the sweetness of a subsidy, which everybody tried, it is captured by the modern middle class and expand the spaces for modernist entrepreneurs and institutions, or it becomes part of the vast and expanding world of speculative housing, investment, and empty houses. And this is another sickness that is becoming more and more prominent. So without some serious and unlikely reform, the prognosis, in Egypt at least, and other Arab countries, is an increasingly dichotomous, asymmetrical, and hardly just urban future. Now, that's sort of the end, but I'd like to add. The only affordable housing is more and more to be found in the informal sector, which itself is demonized and largely ignored. Where the organized modernist norm is replicated ad nauseum, it is producing a stock of largely empty housing, inaccessible for the poor, and whose real purpose is to provide speculative investment vehicles. That should be the end, but I just read this article, and it's food for thought. It takes 1 minute. You probably know about Thomas Piketty, Capitalism in the 21st Century, the rich are getting richer, and perpetuate their riches through accumulating capital and passing it on to successive generations. That seemed pretty logical to me. It's a macroeconomic view. It looked at 7 advanced countries only. It didn't even touch the rest of the world. It made a big impact. 1.5 million copies were sold. If I could get 1% of that. Then, in June of last year, Matthew Rojnely at MIT, a young guy, wrote a note on Piketty and diminishing capital returns. He suggests, it's very interesting, that the main explanation for capital accumulation among the rich and the well-off and the increasing inequality is not capital in general, but specifically housing and land capital. He does these regression analyses and comes out that if you invest in industry or manufacturing, especially in the more ephemeral modern, information technology, you get diminishing returns. But the one thing, because of the speculative intent, it always floats up. And this could be the main explanation for why we're not only now, but are going to get a lot more unequal in the future. So what does this mean for all the others? Well, at least in informal Egypt, people are doing the same thing on a tiny scale. Getting some property, getting the land, building up, renting it out, building for their sons, and in some cases, perpetuating the family wealth and carrying it on into the future. So what does this mean? Does this mean that is there a similar accumulation of family capital on a much smaller scale? Is there a concentration and perpetuation of petty wealth? And are we seeing the rise of organic elites? And where does this leave the rest? That's it. Thanks.
Oh. But we can open to questions.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Thinking as an architect, and we certainly are instruments in all ways, but we do have one instrument that we own, which is drawing. And I wanted to go back to the kind of introduction or this question of representation and the images that we produce and how these images have been kind of sort of marked as the only kind of signifier of progress and modernity. And as architects, how can we produce counter images, counter maps, because that can start to sort of undermine the use of us as these kinds of instruments of capitalization.
Well, I don't know how you would do it, but it's certainly needed. I mean, when you look at what the students graduating today from Egyptian universities, their projects and what they're studying, some are actually exposed to informal stuff, but how to get the message to them? Maybe they're just from the same class of 1.1 million families and couldn't care, and all they can think about is Dubai. And a lot of them actually lived in Dubai at one point in their life. This sort of return bounce. I don't know. I mean, because right now there seems to be largely a dialogue among the already convinced, and it's good to support yourselves, and you can exchange stuff from the activist side and trying to mobilize people and trying to orient your students. But the kind of students that are going to come to Columbia Graduate School of Architecture are not the kinds who are ever going to bounce back into government. They probably aren't even going to bounce back into the private real estate sector. Those are other people. That's a whole other world, and I don't know how to get to them. Great idea, because they're in the ultimate. When you have in Egypt, classically you have a big business conglomerate guy, and then you have an ex-general from the army, and then you have the architect. He does, and that's the triangle. Now, unless the one side of the triangle says, well, there's these great solutions, and there's ways to talk about it like, this is hyper-modern. It just doesn't look the same, It's lower rise. But I don't know how to do it. It's a good question.
I'm going to open it up to other questions since the public hasn't spoken much today.
We're too tired.
No, look.
I was curious to know what you think the role of architecture schools could play in this. There's been comments earlier, there's a speaker who said maybe it should be a different profession.
Yeah.
Maybe that architects could be trained in a different way, possibly, or...
Well, like I said, there's no lack of architecture schools, that's for sure. Every single university in Egypt, they're usually part of the Faculty of Engineering, School of Architecture,
there's still
planning.
very strong engineering.
Very strong, and engineers are, I'm sorry, you just can't deal with them. I mean, first of all, they're the first ones who are going to see that a lot of, if you encourage informal processes, all you need is a subdivision plan. Mm-hmm. Okay, you might need a core house. I'm sorry, that's not where they're at,
And the engineers from Egypt are the engineers for the Arab world also in general.
Yes.
Dar al-Handasa.
Yeah, Dar al-Handasa, you can name it, and all of them have made their bread and butter designing useless projects in the desert, in the Gulf states. Mm-hmm. I know people who work for these engineering firms, consulting firms, and that's their bread and butter. Time over time over time. Saudi Arabia always needs a new university, a new knowledge city, a new eco-city, a new... So that's, well, I don't know, maybe get some Bill Gates to fund something. I don't know. Bribe them.
I know your presentation was about Egypt, but since I know the presentation was about Egypt, but since your experience is so diversified, what accounts for the differences? If we only take North Africa, I mean, Tunisia and Morocco are so very different.
Francophonie.
No.
I mean, they're different, but they're not in a way. I mean, I'm still working in Tunisia on national housing strategy, and they're much more articulate. First of all, the civil service actually retains some good people, unlike Egypt, but they're still struggling with the same thing. They can't stand informal development, lotissement clandestin. As a matter of fact, in Arabic, it's called al-iskan al-fawdawi, chaotic housing. And then, and they have such a much larger middle class, which is harder. They're even resisting the densification of existing neighborhoods. It's all ground plus one now, or ground plus two. Oh, we don't want to go to ground plus three because then people can see into our gardens. I mean, this is in the center of town. So, in a way, yes, North Africa is very different, but I think you'll see some of the same attitudes, middle-class attitudes.
Throughout a lot of the presentations, we've heard the term neoliberalism come up, and
which term?
Neoliberalism.
Yeah, I didn't use it.
You did.
Maybe once.
But you don't use it a lot.
Yeah.
So I was surprised that you.
Well, I mean, that's sort of the punching bag these days, and the world's it's true. A lot of the structure. First in the 90s, it was structural adjustment. Market forces should be allowed free reign, that kind of stuff. I wouldn't say in Egypt it's not. It's only in certain areas where it just sounds nice, where it promotes a white-collar sector, where they like to talk about, like I said, like mortgages and real estate companies and this kind of thing. But I'm not so sure it's neoliberalism or just state capitalism, crony capitalism. I think that's a very good way to describe a lot of what's going on in Arab countries.
Saudi Arabia here, knowledge cities and all of it. And I actually worked for one of the organizations that's doing the economic cities.
I forgot the economic cities.
Yeah,
That's right.
they're on hold. Nothing's happening, don't worry about it. I think that I'm going to ask a question that maybe has no answer.
Mm-hmm.
However, is it too loud? However, even though the informality that's happening in the Arab world, the ashwa'iyya, that the only solution that has come up has been, removal, clearance, development.
Well, no. Sorry. I would say that if you ask them, there's now a Wazarat al-Ashwa'iyat, a minister, poor Layla Iskandar. Just last year, they made a new ministry called the Ministry of Urban Renewal. Ooh, that's a nasty one. And informal settlements.
Right.
Yani, they're going to say, yes, we're going to, where you can, we're going to upgrade in situ. But there's no money for it. There's no political desire to do it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I think so. This is prevalent. This approach to having a urban regeneration agency that comes and is supposed to transform these neighborhoods. Yeah. They failed. In Saudi, they failed. They haven't been able to acquire the land. I mean, there are instances where they've acquired the land, and I think that. Sorry.
Around the Haram al-Sharif.
The Haram al-Sharif, exactly. Yeah. And so, are we able to dream of a participatory process in a place like Saudi Arabia or the Gulf or the Arab world where the state is not able?
If you happen to be a prince, then it's participatory. I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting to see. I mean, there are some movements in Saudi Arabia, but I think they've got other things on their plate now, like women driving or somebody, criticizing the state. Ask me in 5 years.
Thank you. As another former member of the global housing establishment, I want to push you a little bit further on some of your ideas. Mm-hmm. I agree completely with the critiques, but I wonder if you could clarify what is the role of the state, given that housing continues to be one of the largest, in quantity, financial subsidies in the social sector. And if it continues to be misdirected, is it simply a problem of orientation, representation towards modernity, or are there other streams that you see that are promising? For what I see, there are two streams. One is ambitious transfers to the poor. Let's give them assets. It'll be in horrible areas, Mina Casa, Mina Vida, etc. 100,000 homes in Colombia, 1 million in Egypt, whatever. Or some kind of fuzzy, let's help the systems grow stronger through urban planning. I'm an urban planner. Those usually they're not sexy enough to get funding. Yeah. And then finally, the upgrading, which is out of the picture because it's not photogenic.
It just never captures much in the way of funding.
And so what then? Formalization requires no funds, and if we assume that the state will provide funds and is providing funds for better or worse, for whatever motivation you ascribe, for the social provision of housing, where would you put them? What would you use it for? This
funds for housing? Well, first of all, I wouldn't put it way the hell out in the desert. I would mix it. I mean, you can actually, through, you'll hate the word, internal cross subsidies, you can make developments that can be 50% quite cheap, good housing, and the other 50% a mix of commercial and upper scale stuff, and you can finance the whole thing. On land, and by the way, in Cairo, there is a lot of land, which is state land, which is being sat on by the army, security apparatuses, or public sector
off.
companies. So I do have some solutions, but I mean, one of the problems is that land is power, and especially in Egypt or anywhere, if you have any land that you can get your hands on for less than the market price, which is always going up, you're going to do it. You'll kill your mother for it. So how are you going to be able to provide the land that would create these mixed developments is really a toughie.
I just wanted to ask a question about the Piketty text, and I've read the book, and I'm
You read the whole thing?
Pretty much.
All the differential equations?
No, I didn't do that. But I also read the counter arguments from the kid at MIT, and you know, I would agree just from observation that the wealthiest people in the world are just accumulating power through a sort of land grab, and it's happening where I'm from. I think in Detroit, although it's not really like talked about. I mean, how do you begin to intervene in that process? I mean, the state, like where or how could you possibly restore democracy, to that process?
Well, in the United States, I think you have a good start. First of all, you can demand more transparency. You can organize. You can actually get funded to try to put the public interest up in front. It's not an easy job, but if it's difficult here, you can imagine how difficult it is in a place like India or Egypt. I mean, it's not easy. There's so much money to be made there in these projects. That's why, and developers are very, very clever, and they're not all bad. And as a matter of fact, if you could harness them a bit to mix it up, you might have something. But it seems so. It comes back to attitude.
But I feel like if you take it to the extreme, you're looking at a future of almost like neo-feudalism or something.
Mm-hmm.
And is there a way of making people more aware of that possibility, especially again when you see fewer and fewer people controlling more and more of a sort of finite resource like land?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Geez, I haven't even thought about that one. I mean, I see no real solution unless, of course, you have social revolutions.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe one last question.
Hi, I'm curious on the whole spectrum of modernizing Arab cities, where would you map Abu Dhabi in the context of this new Saadiyat Island cultural district, then the Saadiyat Island cultural district that Abu Dhabi is building?
Oh yeah,
big museums.
Yeah.
And then the labor camps on the other end where migrant workers live. Yeah. I'm curious, one, like how do you read Saadiyat Island in terms of who it's being built for, and then would you read the labor camps as slums? Could we define them as that?
Thomas Friedman, this idiot. This editorialist he thinks Dubai is the solution for the Arab world. Now, does that mean that every Arab country is going to import Bangladeshi laborers? And then, is there enough demand for Europeans, or in the case of, and this one's a great one, Visa does your credit cards. I read this article in the business section about a month ago. They actually did a report of, over the last 3 months, who are the biggest spenders in Dubai. Number one was Saudis, foreign. Number one was Saudis, number two was the British, number three was Angolans. Talk about, they have an elite. And so they just get on planes to go shopping. I couldn't believe it. So But how many shopping destinations can the world have? I mean, you can already buy everything anywhere. And, I mean, there's still so many Saudis and Emiratis who go to London and Paris to shop. High end, of course. I don't know. Certainly it doesn't seem replicable. And as a matter of fact, I think there's going to come a crunch where there's too much competition for a pretty thin demand.
All right. Well, thank you so much, David.
Sure.
It was really fantastic. Thank you.
Good.